Gents, thank you so much for being on time. You know, I feel so badly that you make the effort to be on time and then we have to do a little 5-minute wait after. But thank you for your patience. We're going to give persons another 3 to 5 minutes and then we're going to make a start on our next session, okay? Thank you for your patience. Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. Are we full? You know, they said watered and fed and feeling good. Okay, I just want you to know that if we see anybody nodding, right, we're going to pause. We're going to ask for some soca or calypso, and we're going to have you guys in here doing a little gyration to get you up, okay? So you decide if you want to do that in public. Or a little zouk. I agree, a little zouk. Okay, just a quick bit of housekeeping before I introduce our spotlight, our project spotlight. We're spotlighting another project this afternoon. For persons who have signed up for the study tours tomorrow, just letting you know, I hope that before the day ends, I should have some transportation logistics that I can share with you, so you are aware of how things will flow tomorrow, whether you're staying here or staying at other participating hotels. So just bear with me as I wait for the team to hand the information over to me. I want to welcome some ladies that I met on Monday, some students of the St. George's University that are studying, ladies stand up please, that are studying sustainable tourism, and they're doing a phenomenal job. They gave us a presentation at the media event that blew me away, and it was all about their vision. No, these young people, their vision for a sustainable Grenada. And they had a framework, and they had stakeholder engagement, and I'm happy to see them here because I know they're studying for exams, but they said they would sneak out to be able to be here. So we're really happy to have them here with us. So, right, so that's study tour, logistics, I'll get back to you on. Ministers, have you all touched base with protocol regarding your departure travel arrangements? Yes? Okay. If you haven't done so, please do so. You can go to the secretariat. The protocol officer will be around. She just wants to make sure, ministers, that she has your information confirmed, okay? And I want to, I'm looking around the room and she's not here yet, so I'll have to do that later. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gents, we're going to start this afternoon's session off. Oh, it's gone. With a spotlight that will be brought to you by someone who has traveled from very, very far to be with you here today to share. We are absolutely thrilled to have with us this afternoon Mr. Michael Russek. Now, Michael is an art designer, fabricator, and an eco-creator. Not sure if you've ever heard those terms before. Some of us may never have heard about, eco-creator, eco-designer. But we have him here in the flesh. Michael holds 25 years of design and fabrication expertise, collaborating with esteemed brands such as eBay, PayPal, Telsa, Hurley, and Panasonic. His proficiency extends to production and manufacturing, where he offers consultancy services for SOPs implementation and operational optimization. And so we look forward to hearing this afternoon from Michael. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm Caribbean welcome all the way from Bali.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Thank you guys for having me come all the way out here. This has been a journey, and I'm just super stoked to be here. So I started with this slide before I show you everything else to kind of get your heads to wrap around what I'm going to be presenting to you today. On the right are plastic bags that were picked up from rivers and beaches in Bali. Bali has a horrible trash problem. To the right is a chair made from those bags. This is the easiest process you could ever imagine. It costs nothing to do, and that chair is made from 2,000 plastic bags. So this is what our rivers look like in Indonesia right now. It is horrible. And there's no government infrastructure, there's no recycling programs. Politicians are lining their pockets, and this is what it looks like. And it's starting to now affect tourism. People are coming here, and they're complaining about our beaches and our rivers, and there's really no one to do anything about it. So over the last couple of years, some NGOs have formed, and they've started picking it up. And it's not a very glamorous career, but they care about their island. And so these guys are getting in groups, and they're going out with bags, and they're having volunteers, and they're picking up all this trash. Once you pick it up, you've got to sort it, because plastics can't be all mixed together. So you've got HDPE, which is like your bottle caps and your colored plastics. You've got LDPE, which are your plastic bags, and you've got polypropylene, which is your clear bottles and clear wrappers. So all this needs to kind of be separated. So they have a sorting station where they separate the different types of plastic, and then from there they separate it by color. The next is processing. Now I'm going to tell you that when I first got introduced to recycled plastic, someone handed me a sheet of it, and I thought immediately, okay, this is some Swiss or German company that's created this unaffordable, high-tech green product that no one can use. And my friend handed it to me, and I said, yeah, I know. It's probably, like $300 a square meter. He said, just come to the warehouse and look at this. I go to this warehouse, and there's a grinder and a pizza oven, okay? And these guys were taking bottle caps, throwing them into a grinder, turning them into flakes, spreading it like mozzarella, putting it in the oven, and then dropping a sheet of metal on it with 6 bricks. And in a half an hour, we had a sheet of plastic we could build with. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. This is how it's done? I said, the whole world needs to know this. There's no investment here. I mean, it's probably $300, $400, and you can start making sheets of plastic from the trash, right? So there's a couple ways to do it. On the bottom, you're seeing on the left, or on the right, presses. There's a heated press that actually heats it as it presses it, and there's the cold press, which relies on the pizza oven on the right to heat it up. In the middle is an extruder. So you can just drop the flakes in there, and out comes like this paste, and you can use it for mold making, injection molding. And this is sort of like the lowbrow way of doing it. There's larger machines to do high volume capacity, but if you just wanted to get started with it, you're looking at maybe like I said, $300 or $400 to get into this, and you can start instantly taking trash and doing something with it. So these are all molded ones. These are all from the extruder, right? So the Body Shop, the store, is a super eco-friendly company. And in Indonesia, they have a policy that if you bring your empty containers from your lotion or your bath products and you bring it back into the store, the empty ones, they give you a 10% discount. And then those containers go to a shop, we grind them up, we melt them down, we shoot them into molds, and we make new products for the Body Shop. So you've got a comb, a cell phone holder, a cup, a hook, coasters, and these are super easy. Because the molds are so small, it doesn't really cost much to make them, and you can just pop out thousands of these a day. You can then scale it up. And I didn't come here with just showing you guys stuff that you can do. I came here with solutions. So I have access if you're interested in franchises to do this, links to buy the machines. If there's no money to buy the machines, they give the plans to build them for free online. So this is very accessible. This is building materials that's done. This is a mixture of either crushed glass and sand mixed with plastic. And I brought examples with me, so after the conference, if anyone wants to see some of these samples, the decking planks will last generations. The roofing tiles will never wear out. These are for forever, right? So the sheet press is the most common, and it's the easiest one. And so that's the one I work with the most. And you get to kind of play artist as you mix the plastic, because you've got all your different colors, and you can take them and sprinkle them into molds and flatten them out, and you can do any color combination you want. You know, it's as creative as you want to be. The one in the bottom right is like mostly green with some specks of yellow plastic and blue and white. And you can get really creative with it. I mean, it's a really beautiful thing when you really look at it, thinking that this was stuff that was picked up out of the rivers and off the beach. So on the top is a laptop stand I designed. And so this gets cut on a CNC machine. And, you know, CNCs create waste. You've got the leftovers from the sheet. You've got all the shavings. And we just sweep them right back up and throw them right back in the mix. So it's a zero waste production, all right? Same with the soap dishes and the coasters at the bottom. We can cut out thousands a day with a CNC machine, and there's zero waste. And you can get technical and kind of advanced with it. This top was a sign I did for a friend, and he took plastic from his village, and that's what we used. He wanted the plastic for his sign to be made with the garbage from his village. Below is sort of a workstation with these cubicle seats that come out. Even did a DJ booth for a super eco-conscious DJ. And the bottom right is an LP box. And all of this is made from stuff out of the rivers and found on the beaches. A friend of mine named Greg Fleischman designed this chair in 1971, and it was supposed to be out of plywood. And he had designed it so the way it's cut, it's flexible, so it's made from a flat sheet. And it was a super innovative idea, but at the end of the day, nobody wanted plywood furniture. So it sort of got buried for years. And I hung out with Greg one day, and I said, look, give me the files. I want to try to reimagine it in plastic. So we did it in plastic. There's no glue, there's no nails, there's no screws. This snaps together, and it's all cut from a 1 meter by 1 meter flat sheet. So I started really experimenting with it and trying to see how I could push it, because again, we're starting with flat sheets. So if I want to make a three-dimensional object, I'm stuck with a 2D material. So how do you make a 2D material three-dimensional? Parametric design is the solution. Parametric design is when you're slicing something and you're stacking it. So the only thing that's holding all these pieces together, except for that, the third chair on the bottom, is just a steel rod. You can see it coming out on some of them, and a nut that tightens it. So there's really easily assembled. It's almost like IKEA, probably even easier than IKEA. You just slide the rod through, tighten the nut, and you've got yourself an object you can sit on. So this is the chair that I showed you in the beginning. 2,000 recycled plastic bags. This chair retails for $1,000. We can't make them fast enough. So if you want to talk about ROI from free trash, this is it, right? I mean, this chair has gone viral over the last 2 months, and I had no followers on Instagram, and now I have 6,000 since like 2 weeks ago. So the chair is really getting popular. People are buying it globally. It's being shipped all over the world. And this is the first of a collection that I designed for this company. So this is the first one they released, and there's about 8 to 9 more that are going to come out. I did a couch, I did a dining room chair table, a dining room table, bar stools, everything. So now we're going to get into more art. This is a mural that I was commissioned to do for the body shop, and it's all made from body shop containers. They wanted to have sort of like it's almost like a puzzle. The pieces all fit in, it's all cut. Got some details here. So you can see how it's put together. It's like a jigsaw puzzle almost. And that's even another thing that we've made. We've made kids' jigsaw puzzles with this. It's really as far as your imagination can go. It's what you can create with this, you know. A good friend of mine who's an artist in New York, his name is Rostar, and his work is typically done with brushwork on canvas, but he does everything in a computer program first so he can see it and see if he likes it. And all of it's done in a vector-based program like Illustrator. So I knew this, and I said, Ro, look, give me one of your files. I want to try to recreate your art with the recycled plastic. So this is all inlaid, and there's no glue. The fit is so tight that the pieces just push right in. So we did an addition of 50 of these, and they're set into a wood frame. And I think he sold out of these immediately. There's a narrative that goes with this that creates a PR campaign you can't pay for, right? I mean, the story is this was trash in the river, and now it's fine art on your wall, right? This is a sculpture I did 2 weeks ago with a friend of mine. It's a full-scale size surfboard. It's made from 186 kilograms of trash found on the beach and 287 slices that were CNC cut and stacked. And it is a replica of the CP 1919 planar waveform, which if you don't know what that is, it's the first waveform signal to ever reach Earth from space. And it was made popular in the 80s. A group called Joy Division used it as their cover art. And we decided to reimagine it as a surfboard. And the series is going to be that we're going to go to surf spots around the world and get the resonant frequency of famous surf spots and then do the board with that frequency. All right, I've got 2 more left. These are my favorites. In Indonesia, in Bali, the black and white striped bag is infamous. Every warung, every restaurant, every retailer is using this bag, even though they were banned 3 years ago, right? So I love this bag. I thought it would look amazing without shredding it. So I said, look, before we decide to shred this and make a sheet, let's try just pressing the bags. And we ended up getting this sheet with this amazing zebra pattern. And I'm like, okay, this is amazing. We have to do something cool with this. And there's a hotel in Bali called Potato Head. If you guys have never heard of it, it's worth checking out. It's probably the most eco-conscious hotel I've ever seen in my life. Everything down to their water, their gray water, everything in the hotel rooms is made from trash, and it's high-end, right? There's a hammock, and the hammock is made from rice sacks. I mean, it's just like when you see it all, and it goes through your head that this was all stuff that was discarded. They've got works of art, and it's all remnants of fabric companies, and it's all been stitched together to make modern art, and it's just amazing. So they approached me, and they said, look, there's this artist in New York named Futura 2000. He's a famous street artist from the 80s. And he had made this character called the Point Man, which is like this really kind of crazy guy with these giant ears. And like, we want you to recreate Point Man, but we want you to do it out of recycled plastic. Point Man has lots of curves, it's smooth, and this can only be done in flat sheets. So I had to reduce the character to a low polygon form shape, all right? And this is what we came up with. So it's 3 meters tall, and it went on tour. It was at the National Design Center in Singapore, and then it's going on a tour around the globe. I'm not sure where it is now, but there it is in Singapore. And it is made from 14,600 plastic bags. So they loved it so much, the hotel said, look, we want you to do another one, but we want you to make it 6 meters tall. And we want it to be on permanent display in our courtyard at the hotel. And 3 meters was a challenge. That took us a long time to do. And I couldn't even fathom 6 meters. I'm like, this is massive. And so they go, look, we're gonna use a different material this time. Now we're gonna use the caps that are on all of the 5-gallon water jugs, and the white caps from water bottles, and the gold caps from motor oil bottles, all right? So that's the raw material on the left, and what you have on the right is the process sheet of what it looks like. And this was a massive undertaking. We had to get a warehouse in Java, put a team together, create scaffolding for this. I mean, it's so big people can get inside of it. I mean, it's massive. But the final result was this guy. And it has been on display now for, it's been a little over a year, and it looks exactly the same. It hasn't weathered. And if you want to talk about merging creativity with sustainability and tourism, this may be the most Instagrammed shot thing that's on the island right now. So that's your combo right there. Just to give you a sense of scale, that's the original artist who came up with the concept for the guy, Futura, and then some detail shots of it. And that's what I have to share with you guys. And if after the conference you would like to discuss, possibly getting some of these machines, I have links to the people that sell them. I've got franchise info, and I brought a ton of the material with me if you actually want to feel it and touch it and see what it's like. Just come find me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Michael. You know the saying in the Caribbean that one man's trash is another man's treasure? Now that just gave real life to that. That was phenomenal. The fact that the concept of reuse and recycling can amount to something as phenomenal as that. So once again, let's give Michael a round of applause. And he's going to be around, so if you want to speak with him, please take some time to do so. So we are here, finally, at our final P of partnership. And from day one, you would have heard, especially during the opening ceremony, folks spoke about the fact that partnership for them was a really key part of, for them, a key part of these 5 Ps. And so this afternoon, we are going to be looking at synergizing sustainability, fostering public, private, and community partnerships in tourism. And in this session, we're going to be exploring the transformative potential of multi-stakeholder partnerships in advancing sustainability within the tourism industry. So I now invite to the stage the panel for our session on partnership. And let me introduce you, while they're making their way to the stage, to your moderator for this afternoon's session on partnership. Mr. Kennedy Pemberton is the Director of Operations at Green Case Consulting. Kennedy is a seasoned tourism strategist with more than 12 years' experience facilitating economic resilience through tourism planning. He boasts top-tier qualifications in sustainable destination management, tourism development and marketing, and currently serves as Director of Operations for Green Case Consulting, a boutique consultancy specializing in sustainable tourism for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to the moderator to take us through our session on partnership. Welcome them.
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. I know we've just had lunch, so I want to get you in the mood to talk about the P number 5, partnerships. So, check. Right. So free up and let's get serious. We're talking about the most important P of the 5 Ps here today. We heard it from our keynote speaker, partnerships. And every single panel today has alluded to the value and the potential for partnerships, not just to sustain Caribbean tourism, but to transform and elevate the way that this industry, the best industry in the world, performs. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure today to introduce to you connectors, facilitators, movers and shakers. Don't forget, competitors in many instances, and development partners for the destinations that are present here today at the Caribbean Conference on Sustainable Tourism Development 2024. Let's give CTO a round of applause for hosting this wonderful event, bringing us back together since 2019 when we were in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, I must commend the host country, Grenada, for doing an absolutely splendid job, ladies and gentlemen. It is my first time, absolutely my first time here in Grenada, and I am loving it. If you can put up the introductory slides for me. Good day, good day, good day. Clicker. Where's the clicker? Clicker, Sharon? Oh, there we go. It's hiding out. Right. Okay, right. So we've got this down. Perfect. So good day, good day, good day, and welcome to the 5th P Partnerships. My role today is to take you on a sustainability journey with the aid of my colleagues who will be our tour guides. Our mission, which we have so graciously accepted, is to share, discuss, and interrogate this idea of partnerships, as well as their synergistic potential for driving sustainability in Caribbean tourism development. After all, our beloved tourism industry is one which, as we have heard, is powered by people and where robust, healthy relationships are the currency of our trade. So over the last 2 days, or day and a half as it were, we've looked at purpose. And there we spelled out the what. What are we doing? What is the value proposition for Caribbean tourism? We then looked at prosperity, which gives us an indication of our why. Why are we doing this? And why are we concerned with a sustainable Caribbean tourism industry? Of course, the people, the who. We're not doing this for ourselves, and as we heard from earlier presentations, we are doing this for all the stakeholders, not just the cream of the crop, but for the hair braiders, the taxi drivers, the tour operators, the hoteliers, the individual private sector enterprises, the consultants, and every critical stakeholder, where without them, the essence and the value of Caribbean tourism would be quite different. Of course, we looked at planet, and that's our where. This is the only planet that we have. 1.5 to stay alive, and many other critical learnings and underpinnings is key to the Caribbean tourism industry because our natural environment, this planet on which we live, it is the core and the essence of the tourism experience available within the Caribbean. So now, my job is to allow the presenters here today to speak about the how. And this is where the partnerships comes in. How are we going to grow our people? How are we going to protect our planet? How are we going to ensure that the purpose and the prosperity that we so deeply desire really comes to fruition? Now, I must extend fraternal greetings from our founder, Ms. Rachel McCaffrey, who brought the organization which I represent, Green Case Consulting, into operations in 2012. And I'm only saying that to share the mission of the organization. And her founding mission, or her purpose for us, was to make tourism a force for good. So allow me to challenge you to reflect on your individual and your organizational successes, and to take stock of how your formal and your informal partnership arrangements have really shaped our paths. So have you heard that song, which I've come to love so much? Those are the words of popular Trinidadian soca artist, college boy Jesse, who states, and I quote, "Good friends, and I dare say good partners, are better than pocket money." Right? And that is the sentiment within which our panelists today are going to be sharing. Good friends are better than pocket money. So, as we start looking at the action plan for sustainable tourism development to the how of partnership, we are ready to go. Whether the challenge is that of climate change, over-tourism, or the excessively high economic leakages, which we've so eloquently heard about yesterday, and again today, echoed to the various panels, without strategic partners working in, with, and on behalf of our Caribbean region, how then would we be able to deliver in true Caribbean form the excellence in tourism that is expected of us? So let's get down to business. It's time that I introduce our star lineup, who will look at issues that include challenging traditional business models, advocating for public-private community partnerships, and who will prepare you to cultivate social impact within the destinations within this room and the collective Caribbean space. We are determined to highlight the opportunities for small island developing states development through sustainability mainstreaming, and to address, as we so heard so eloquently today during the prosperity session, technical cooperation agreements as vehicles that allow us to elevate the Caribbean space. So, slide decks, check. A partnership game plan for the session, check. Knowledge, skills, and expertise from practicing professionals, check. And of course, if I do say so myself, extremely suave outfits that make us look fly, check. It is my pleasure, therefore, to introduce the keynote speaker for our partnership discourse, and this is a discourse, so get your questions ready. We will have a conversation. This is the time in the program where we leave it on the floor, right? So are you ready? No. Are we ready? Wonderful. Let me therefore invite to the podium Mr. Michael Aiken, who is the president of Link Strategic Partners. Michael, the floor is yours.
Well done. Good afternoon. We have that absolutely enviable after lunch spot, and we're really excited about this. It was either this or delay your lunch when we would have had a very hungry audience. So we're going to bring the energy and make sure we keep this moving forward. I just want to offer a sincere thanks to the organizers. This is my first time at this conference. I could not leave more impressed. This is a phenomenal organization and a phenomenal conference, and I want to give a shout out to the tech and AV folks in the back. You have been phenomenal over the last 2 days. Thank you. And I will speak only from personal experience, but we all submitted a version of a slide deck, and I think you've gotten 4 versions since then from me. And I'm sure I'm not the only speaker that has done that, so thank you so much. We're going to talk a little bit today about partnerships, and we're going to do it in kind of a very specific order. I'm going to introduce myself and my team, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about a theory of partnership. Then I'm going to give some case studies of that through an example of sports tourism. Had a lot of discussions with many of you over the last day and a half around the role of sports tourism and how often that can be very extractive to the destination. So what is a different model for sports tourism? And we're going to do it through a case study of a few tennis events. And then we'll leave some lessons learned, and we'll do all of that in the next 10 minutes. Does that work? Excellent. So I'm going to do this. So I run a company called Link Strategic Partners. We're a social impact consulting firm. We produce non-extractive, partnership-based, community-driven, and high-end events. That is a lot of buzzwords. And is it possible to do all of those? Our premise is yes, and we're going to talk through that today. So there's been a lot of discussions around sustainability through an environmental lens for all of the appropriate reasons. We also think that the community sustainability of an event, especially in tourism, becomes really important. Are you invited back? Does this become part of the culture, or is it extractive by nature? And what does that look like? So we're going to talk through that a little bit. I have a couple colleagues here with me. Jay Early in the front row leads our media relations division, and Jamal Holtz, our chief of staff, in the back. So make sure you see them while we were here. Part of our philosophy is that we need to be in and of the communities that we're serving and partnering with. So my team of professionals ranges in age from 16 to 96. We have every generation very intentionally represented at our firm, but 65% of our team identify as women and over 70% as people of color. In every market where we're operating, we have internship programs, and we're very excited about all of that. We partner in our sports work with K&M Sports, and Ben Goldsmith is right here in the back. Ben is a very well-known and very accomplished sports promoter that has done a lot of work in the sports tourism realm, and so make sure you see him as we're moving forward. Do a lot of different stuff. I won't bore you with this, but all of it is around bringing properties and events to market in a non-extractive community building way. One last thing I'll just mention about me. In Washington, D.C., which is where I'm based, I'm on the tourism board there, and I chair a nonprofit run by the Tourism Authority called the American Experience Foundation. It's one of the few destination management organizations that has a full-fledged nonprofit associated with it, all about the development of the next generation of hospitality leaders. So we do this through experiential education, and we do it through scholarships to hospitality academies that we've placed in 9 different high schools throughout Washington, D.C. So I know many of you are here from destination management organizations. We're very proud of this model and its impact. If anyone would like to talk more about that further, I'd be both happy to talk about it and learn from all of you. So very quickly, our theory of partnerships when it comes to especially sports tourism is that partnerships need to be non-extractive, they need to be partnership-based, and there is a way to do well and do good at the same time. Let me just break each of these down. What does non-extractive mean? There are a lot of sporting events and sports and entertainment and tourism events that don't get invited back to host destinations. And why is that? Because they parachute in, promising the world, and then they take all the resources and leave. A lot of local communities are kind of done with that model. A lot of destinations are done with that model, and there's a lot of harm that has to be repaired from years and years and years of pretty extractive events that happen in lots of different destinations. Partnership-based means form partnerships before you create an event. Don't create an event and then go look for partners. And that's a fundamentally different model. So we've talked with some folks here who said, what is the sporting property you could bring to us? And our retort is, well, we would figure that out together, because if it doesn't belong with the partners from the start, it's not going to be inherent and authentic going forward. And then the last piece is it's absolutely possible to do well and do good at the same time. Often when you're looking at a sports tourism strategy, you're looking to bring in high net worth individuals who will visit a destination because of the sporting event. There's nothing wrong with that. There's an economic development mission that underpins all of this. But you don't have to do that in a way that also does not work with your local community. There's a way to do both, and there's a way to do both very, very specifically. And I'll talk through that in just a little bit here. All of this is based on a model that we call our feedback loop, which true partnerships involve communication openly from the start. It involves listening and then going back to your partners and telling them what you learned from them and how your model is adapted to what they've told you. So if you think of that communication and feedback loop throughout, it keeps these things very authentic moving forward. So let me give you a very specific case study about this that might make this a little bit more real. So for a number of years, our team worked with the City Open tennis tournament in Washington, D.C. It's an ATP 500 level event. It's been around for 50 years. Top men's and women's players in the world play this, and it's broadcast in about 70 different countries simultaneously. So very large sporting event. We were brought in because that event had lost its connection with its local community. It was broadcast all over the world, but in the own backyard, the neighbors saw it as a parking problem and an event that they weren't welcome at. Right? So this is a US-based, very large international tournament, but its issue is it had lost its connection with its local community. So we worked with them over 5 years to reintroduce a global event to the community that was hosting it. And we also did that in a way that told the story in new and more authentic ways that brought even more people in locally and globally. So over 18 billion impressions, we had 92 different countries covering this, and you can see year over year, by reinforcing a local and global strategy, you told the media story of the destination, and you did it in a way that didn't alienate the local community. We took that model, working with Ben and his team, and brought an event to Hawaii. Hawaii had been looking to do a lot more sports tourism, but they'd had not the best experience with promoters who brought events in, and they left just as soon as they came in. So we spent a lot of time thinking through how do you develop an event that is really community-based from the start. So the Hawaii Open in year one, we had 3 days. We were at a convention center downtown. The Elvis picture is because if anyone remembers the live from Hawaii Elvis concert, it was that same venue where we were now playing tennis. Over 15,000 attendees came in, and this entire thing was community-based and partnership-based from the start. We formed partnerships with all the local tennis clubs. All of the ball kids and ball boys and all ball girls came from local communities. There was over $150,000 of ticket sales that all went back into donations to local communities. So we had something really special there that we built on in year one. By year two, it got even bigger. Working with Hawaii, we moved to a stadium that held 17,000 people. So in year two, we had a very, very large event. It was also televised on the Tennis Channel and around the world, reaching a very, very large audience. We had a player field that was very enviable. The event kept growing and growing. Then the pandemic happens. So we're on this mission to bring bigger and bigger events in partnership with local communities, and then you couldn't produce any events. You all know that period very, very well. Even after we were able to go back in and produce events, something had changed. And what was that something? Number one, you needed to comply with a much smaller scale event, which is all that was allowed in the islands at that point. You also had a local community that had recognized what it was like to not have these types of events happening for a couple of years. So yes, they missed the tourism and the economic development. They did not miss how some of these events had really started to change the nature of their communities. And so when we went back in, we went into a slightly different landscape to try and figure out if you could do something small that still had a large economic impact. So with the invitation from the Hawaiian government, we were one of the first events to go back in post-pandemic and produce a very different style of event. 200 people outdoors as a made-for-television type event. Had the same TV audience as the 17,000 person stadium event with a much different footprint, right? So it changed the whole model of how you can do large-scale sports tourism marketing without necessarily needing to do a 10 to 17,000 person event that a lot of destinations can't do. So we've taken that model now and really looked at where else this fits. So in 1 month, we will be down in the British Virgin Islands with the phenomenal team down there. They have been an amazing partner, and we're producing the BVI Cup at Rosewood Little Dix Bay. This destination said, we want people here for 5 days. Spread out your events over 5 days for more heads in bed. So that's what we did there. It is a small resort. It is a small community. We're partnering with Virgin Gorda and team. It's going to be a really high-end, nice community-based event over 5 days. We then partnered with local airlines that were trying to get more attention down there. They're going to fly all our players in return for social media coverage, et cetera. So partnerships not being extractive is a key theme there. And then I'm not going to go deep onto this. Some of you in the room will know where this destination is, but we're very close to another event in December in a beautiful island represented in this room that we'll tell you about when we're able to do that. Last thing here, we've taken this model to Rio, Doha, and Singapore. The really interesting model is there is something that fits everywhere. The work we're doing in Singapore is around a 3-on-3 basketball tournament. You build it on half a court. It takes a very small footprint, but it brings in lots of global folks. Let me end with this in the minute and a half I have left. If you're looking at a sports tourism strategy for your country, for your island, for your destination, TV is a key part of really getting what you're going to want out of this. It's not how many people can fit in a stadium, it's how many people can watch this on television. A lot of events are trying to produce live events. It gets really expensive to produce a live event and have all the technical infrastructure that's needed. We are much bigger fans of not doing live events on TV. Record your entire event, produce a tourism package, and then air that as an event for 4 hours on the Tennis Channel and ESPN, et cetera. It's a made-for-TV tourism ad wrapped in a sporting event that gets a global reach. So that's the model that we think is really working. Find partners and television stations that'll reach your audience. Many of the destinations we've talked to are looking at a US Northeast-based audience. The Tennis Channel has a lot of the demographics you need in your resorts, and so they become a really good partner. Players matter. This is who's playing have played some of our tournaments. When we partnered with Hawaii, they wanted a Japanese audience. Kei Nishikori sold 50% of the tickets of people coming to the event were coming from Japan. It drove tourism dollars because of the players. Working with BVI, they wanted us to focus on Puerto Rico as a tourism market, the resort we were working with. Monica Puig is the biggest draw we can get there. Do a lot of work with Jeannie Bouchard. She's out of Canada. Why do I mention her? Often when you're bringing pro players in, you're trying to get the highest ranked player. That you don't need to do that from a marketing standpoint. Jeannie Bouchard is not the highest ranked player out there. She has one of the largest social media followings you can get, and when she goes to a destination, people follow that. So be very creative around your player development strategy. Last slide here, if you're doing anything around sports tourism, think about your media markets as a way to tell your story. So when we announced that Monica was playing the BVI Cup, we announced it with as large of a fanfare in Puerto Rico as we did in the BVI, because that's where we're drawing audiences from. When we announced Kei, we did a big press release in Tokyo that got a much bigger push than anywhere else, because that's where we were trying to reach people. So with all of that, hopefully it gives you a little idea of how sports tourism and partnerships can work, and I'm gonna turn it back to our moderator. Kennedy?
Thank you so much, Michael. Right, so Michael shared about their theory of partnership, and the word that I gathered from his presentation is adaptability, right? In the Caribbean, we need to be flexible, we need to be adaptable, because this is part of the unique essence of the tourism industry that we've come to know and love. He shared in relation to how past extractive events have not been the most beneficial model, and that there is need to reshape these events and improve their footprint. I love the suggestion that events must maintain the connection with the local community, because far too often, in my experience from what I've seen across the region, we tend to believe that bigger is better. And that is not always the case. Sometimes we need to pivot, and sometimes we need to realize that it is in our ability to pivot that is where the differentiation and the uniqueness comes into play. So TV production of an event as a 3 or 4 hour long promotional campaign where millions and millions of viewers, far beyond the in-country host capacity, might be an opportunity. Right. So, thank you so much for that, Michael. Next to the podium, or next to speak, let me invite Mr. Marc Melville, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Chukka Caribbean Adventures. So adventure, experience, let's get busy, Marc. Over to you.
Appreciate that, Kennedy. Afternoon, everybody. I do have to say, our moderator looks like a professional pretending to be just a regular guy on the stage. The speed that he types at up there in between the speeches was good. Anyway, first of all, Donna, thank you very, very much. It's been a long time at CTO for me, and I appreciate it. I've learned a lot. The presentations are outstanding, and I stole a lot of other pictures off of the screen that I'll be discussing with my management team. Petra, if anybody knows Petra, I do what I'm told when she calls. So thank you very much for including us. We really appreciate it. So today, my presentation is going to be a little bit about what our company does and our story and how partnership and a sincerity in approach, not that you're perfect, but a sincerity in your approach for mutual benefit from any situation can create sustainability and scale. Not that bigger is better, but scale, which is important because as the world becomes more competitive and the cost of goods become more expensive, scale does help from time to time. So our company's been around for a couple of decades, and we started out with one horseback ride and swim 4 decades ago, doing 10 people a day. This year, we're proud to say that we do about 1 million people on tour per year in 6 countries, in 12 ports, and hopefully, as he just said, when I can tell you one more coming up. Our story is one that a little bit different from a hotelier. Hoteliers do have to have very important partnerships, but most of the activities that we operate are operated in rural communities and in villages all around the countries that we operate in. Many times, most of these areas that we take you to are not 5 minutes from the highway or on a beach surrounded by a wall. We are surrounded by people, communities, villages, a whole heap of bad road, a whole heap of bush, and sometimes a lot of distance. So not by design. So I'm not here to tell you that we had this grand plan to be sustainable and have community involvement and engagement and partnership. We had to do it. We did not have a choice. 20 years later, it's very spoken about and very popular. And many times when I hear it, I say, my God, we've been doing this for years. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. But back to what we do. Primarily, we're a nature adventure company. Minister, how are you? From Turks. We are a soft adventure company. We're not extreme like rappelling and mountain climbing, but we're not behind the window of a bus. So we operate about 200 different types of excursions in varying formats. I can say it would be easier for me to tell you the things we don't do than the things we do, because it's a long list. And we have to be flexible and adaptive because no island is the same, no culture is the same, no natural landscape of each island is the same. And if you intend to grow your business and succeed, you have to identify what is important and unique about that particular island, and then find a way to wrap it with a framework of safety, standards, service, and smiles. Once you can replicate that and scale it, you now have a formula to be successful in the Caribbean. Because I know a lot of foreigners believe that the Caribbean is just one big broad place. But those of us who are from the Caribbean, we understand the difference in culture, accent, religion, the whole works. So we believe that has been one of our secret sauces. So Nature Adventure Company, we do business on every single platform, whether it's digital, cruise lines, the resorts, you name it. So how we got into the community tourism aspect of it and the engagement aspect of it, you have to understand someone who's in a rural community who has to take a bus an hour and a half, 45 minutes or 25 minutes to a hotel on the north, or well, not the north coast, any coast. It's time away from his or her family, their children, their school, the cost, no breakfast for kids in the morning, you name it. The inconvenience of driving transportation to a hotel sector in large islands or where you live far from the hotel is a major thing. So the number one thing you do when you start a nature adventure tour at a beautiful site somewhere in Ireland is try to hire first and foremost from the community. Not only are you paying wages that are better than the wages they would normally have earned in that area, because maybe they're in farming or other stuff, you are instantly improving their quality of life because of the distances that they have to travel to get to work. Partnership number one. Partnership number two, focus on buying any goods and service in the area. That might be vegetables. Oh, 5 minutes already. Wow. All right. That might be vegetables. It could be anything. In terms of broader partnerships, partnerships are important because I'd like to take a quick step back to COVID. People have liked to forget about COVID. People like to pretend that COVID, is over. But for those of us in the Caribbean who went through COVID, who didn't have subsidies from first world governments to help us through the process and hold our hand, we all had our you-know-what handed to us. And we had to pivot, popular word nowadays, right? We had to figure it out. There was no one to lean on but our team, our partners, the decades of capital that you had built up in your company, which were literally depleted throughout that period. And I can say that if it wasn't for great partners in the different countries that we operate in, I say Minister Edgel here, the Barbadian government, Bajan government, and the numerous other countries that we operate in, if we didn't have sincere partnerships that were formed from the very beginning, we would not have been able to survive that period of COVID. So our story is that if we approach this thing sincerely, and even if it's not technical or well formatted, like he has put out in the theory of a partnership, once your heart is in it and you want to see people do good for them and for you, you can figure it out along the way. And those partnerships will be invaluable to the long-term success and scalability of your business in a way that you cannot understand. And another thing that I just wanted to mention, although separated by millions of miles of ocean, the Caribbean is an extremely small place. I cannot go anywhere that I don't know somebody or know somebody that knows somebody, and if you don't approach relationships sincerely, as fast as you get to where you're going is as fast as you will be exiting the room. So, all right, 3 minutes, I'm on it. Anyway, the truth of the matter is I could go on and on and on and on and on. And I do appreciate the opportunity. I'll wrap it up with saying the partnership section of it is critical. We do it not only in the Chukka Foundation that we operate. We have an active community engagement program that we operate. And it's all wrapped up into one. The foundation, the community engagement, and even our community tours. We don't approach it separately. It's one and mixed up all together to create an involvement and endearment from the community around you, which effectively is our protection for the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marc. Right. So the message here seems to be quite clear. For partnerships at Chukka Caribbean, the motto is leave no one behind, right? And I want to make sure that I have this quotation right. He said, people, communities, villages, a whole heap of bad road, and a whole heap of bush, right? So leave absolutely no one behind. And so that message of flexibility and adaptability comes back to play when we're looking at partnerships, whether we're talking about events, whether we're talking about experiential tours, where we can, if I am to use some marketing jargon, venture deeper, or go beyond ordinary. The destinations in the room will know who I'm speaking to. The partnerships make the difference. So the approach to partnership here, approach with sincerity and ensure that they hire from the community and buy in the area. Very important. Okay, so next up, and our third speaker, I have the pleasure of introducing you to none other than let me call Mr. Trevor Jonas Benson, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Bannikin, Canada. Trevor, over to you.
In true partnership, Marc, I'll take that 2 minutes you didn't use and give it back to you at another time. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Friends, colleagues, distinguished guests, and honorable guests, good afternoon. Thank you, CTO, Petra, thank you to the GTA. I trust that you're all sufficiently sophisticated with that wonderful lunch. Well, I'll indulge you with just something small to digest. What I would like to share is more of a perspective on the potential for partnerships to advance sustainability and ultimately regeneration in our sector. But I will focus my comments on the importance of designing integrated and holistic business models, which I feel are needed for true collaboration. To start, I'd like to suggest that tourism proponents, including public, private, and non-for-profit organizations, can and should situate what it is that they do within broader contexts that account for their relationships with others and the impacts that they have on this world. I would also like to suggest that by doing so, they will increase their chances of flourishing in the future. And I'm going to share why I feel this way by referencing natural partnerships and the biosphere before comparing traditional to holistic or integrated business models. Mutualism can be understood as the interaction between two or more species, where each species has a net benefit. For example, oxpeckers and impala. This little bird spends a good amount of its time clinging to the bodies of large mammals, such as impala. And they do this because there's parasites on the animal's body that they like to eat, including ticks. By doing so, they not only get an easy meal, but they help to keep the animal's parasite load under control. Like several other species, oxpeckers will also, these little peckers will also raise the alarm to warn their hosts of impending danger. For example, they help rhinos to evade humans. There are many more examples of mutualism in our world that, when discovered, remind us that it is natural for two quite different things, in this case species, to partner for mutual benefit. When this happens in business, we like to think of it as a strategic partnership or a collaboration. We just heard of a few. But we don't always see these as being intrinsic to the purpose, vision, or why of our organizations. Similarly, we've often thought of as the environment as providing us with the inputs or resources, and society as supplying our customers or visitors. But we need to take these larger systems much more seriously. The biosphere is the global ecological system that integrates living beings and their relationships, including ours. And that is where all tourism takes place, at least for now. We'll see what Elon gets up to. If we accept this, then we also need to accept our role and responsibilities as the stewards of the places that we call home and where we operate. With increased demand being put on tourism to respond to the changes we are seeing in our biosphere, there are consistent calls to action for tourism practitioners to do more. Those who are interested and willing to embrace this challenge will be able to account for the more material risks and open themselves up to more material opportunities, thus increasing their chances of successfully navigating our ever-changing world. One approach to implement is more community-based or social purpose businesses, which are sometimes referred to as social enterprises. Take A-Way Express, for example, which is Canada's first social enterprise, a Toronto-based company founded in the late 80s by people with lived experience of mental health issues. The purpose of this courier business is to provide the city's most vulnerable people with meaningful work. But by design, A-Way also reduces its carbon footprint by leveraging public transportation, and through partnership with the city, it runs an employment transition program. This is but one example of an organization doing good by doing well, to use Michael's words. I've personally worked with a coffee company employing ex-clients of the penitentiary system. I've also worked with a collection of doctors seeking to open up a hospice for the homeless. When designing business with partnership in mind, the opportunities to co-create value are endless. This does not mean that the economy is irrelevant or that the needs of organizations and its diverse stakeholders can't still be met while pursuing profitability or ultimately success as it's defined by the organization. Considering that tourism touches on so many aspects of life, it simply means that the sector has the power to implement positive and lasting change that will enable the flourishing of destinations and their stakeholders for generations to come. How then are we to embrace our social and environmental responsibilities? What you're looking at is the traditional business model canvas, used tens of thousands of times to develop new business models and document existing ones. It offers a chart to visualize key elements describing the components or 9 building blocks of business, specifically the enterprise, including key partners, but more in the sense of supply. I would argue that these 9 blocks do not allow us to tell the whole story because they focus exclusively on the enterprise, that is the economic side of the business. A dangerous oversimplification for our present times that does not take care to understand how organizations interact with their social and environmental systems. As our world becomes more volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, we need to think about business of tourism in a different and more dynamic way, one where multi-stakeholder collaboration, value co-creation, and partnership is the modus operandi. What you see here is the flourishing business canvas, which has evolved the traditional business model canvas in a few important ways, which I'll explain, at least at a high level. But first, I should note that while we collaborate with the architect of this tool, it is a public asset. It is free to all of you via Creative Commons license, and I'd be more than happy to share it with you. Also, the language of flourishing is being used because the highest achievement of human potential, according to positive psychologists. I, along with others in the industry, believe that all destinations and their stakeholders can help to enable the possibility for humans in all of their life to flourish on this earth now and for generations to come, and in doing so, enhance the beauty, integrity, and regenerative capacity of our living communities. This canvas includes the traditional building blocks of business, but it pushes things much further by reframing things via 17 necessary and sufficient questions to consider and that allow us to assess all material risks and all sources of opportunity. But the Flourishing Business Canvas has done much more than give us additional questions to consider. It places these questions within 3 contexts: the environment, society, and the economy. And it is important here to recognize that the economy is wholly nested within society, which is wholly nested within the environment. The foundational context, the environment, relates to the physical, chemical, and biological elements that human society and human institutions are completely dependent upon. It is the basic context that enables others, which makes total sense, because without the ability to grow food, breathe clean air, drink clean water, there'd be no tourism and we would all be out of business. The second context, society, relates to the social and technological aspects that contribute to the creation and growth of human society. All humans are part of societies that are comprised of cultures, institutions, and other groups. The third context is economy, which is created by society to help us meet our needs individually and collectively through exchange and trade. Importantly, tourism exists in all 3 contexts at the exact same time, influencing what happens in each context and in turn being influenced by each context. This is why all 3 need to be intrinsic parts of every tourism business. This is also why the Flourishing Business Canvas asks us to respond to all 17 questions, which are grouped into 4 crucial perspectives. The first is people, which refers to who is impacted by our organization, their needs, whether we consider them to be stakeholders, and what types of relationships we have with them, formal partnerships included. Value describes what our organization co-creates and co-destroys with its stakeholders now and in the future. The process perspective looks at how and where our organizations, including how and where of our organization, including the tangible and intangible resources we use and what activities or processes we undertake. Outcome or outcomes describe how we define and measure success economically, socially, and environmentally in relation to the purpose or why of our organization. Once you're familiar with this canvas, you'll be able to design far future business models that depict your organization and its diversity of stakeholders, the value you will co-create with them, and the partnerships you envision needing to deliver on the outcomes that you want to produce through strategic collaboration. You'll be able to create a baseline to compare to before using it to plan how you're going to bridge the gap between the two. In the end, you will have developed important visualizations or references, if you will, that will enable you to create and share stories, which is most important, with your stakeholders around your purpose, your vision, your why, your raison d'etre. Where you're going in the future, and how are you going to get there. In our experience and the experience of those who've used this tool across Canada, within the tourism sector specifically, noting that it's not a tool for tourism, it's for any industry, the discussions had as part of the process are as important as the outputs produced. Whether you're in the public, private, or not-for-profit sector, I would like to leave you with this question. What does your business model look like in the future? And what are you going to do to ensure that your organization is fit for the 21st century and can support the flourishing of the community environment in which you operate? If you allow me a recommendation, it'd be to set an inspiring vision for your organization or destination that is way out. 25, 30 years, 50 would be great. I was speaking to Rodney last night, who's presenting later on, around an organization and community that set a 1,000-year vision. But set one that is informed by both what is desirable and what is probable based on science and foresight. Design this vision using the Flourishing Business Canvas or another tool, and then use what you have designed to share the story and plan where you intend to go with your stakeholders and partners, including prospective ones. If you'd like to learn more about how we have and continue to use this, as well as backcasting methodology to create strategy, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm going to try my best to walk from Grand Etang to Concord on Friday. I think it takes 8 hours if anybody's into it. I'll have a lot of time then. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Trevor. That particular presentation stressed the natural world as a model to be observed. And here we saw that this particular design gives rise to the idea of the social enterprise as an option for tourism advancement. Of course, Trevor would have indicated and would have succinctly covered the notion that good partnerships must make good business sense. After all, don't forget our what, our purpose, and the prosperity that we're seeking in consideration of the theme today. Trevor further indicated, of course, that we have the power to implement lasting change. And here, he stressed the particular use of the Flourishing Business Canvas that does not compromise the social and environmental considerations in pursuit of profit. So thank you very much for that contribution, Trevor. Miss Annie Betrand. I dare say Annie is quite the experience, and I'll leave it at that. I've had the pleasure of working with her on a number of different instances, and so let me invite her to the podium. Annie, currently research lead for effective public-private community partnerships in SIDS for Tourism. Annie, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I am the Annie Betrand that Amanda and Wayne mentioned before, because I believe that donor programs should never launch call for proposals on their own, but always partner with the regional or indigenous organizations and work with them to build the capacity to build a pipeline of projects before the call for proposal are launched. Anyhow, this is a different hat that I'm wearing today. I think most of you know that Antigua and Barbuda will be hosting the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States next month, right? And to ensure that the private sector's voice is heard or included into the design of the next 10-year program of actions, the UN established the Global Business Network. And the Global Business Network has different thematic areas, and one of them is sustainable tourism. And so they mobilized the tourism organizations in the Caribbean as well as in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans to analyze public-private community partnerships for sustainable tourism. And this is where I come in. So most of you know that the triple Ps, right? Public-private partnerships. Most people are familiar about the importance of PPPs in development. But in the case of sustainable tourism, we need the C. We need the communities if we're serious about sustainable tourism or sustainable development in general. So we launched a call for proposals across, excuse me, 60 islands. I think I will need some water. A call for proposal across 60 small island developing states around the world. Basically, the objective was to analyze public-private community partnerships to identify the drivers of success, but also to identify some tools, pragmatic solutions that can help stakeholders develop effective partnerships. And of course, we also analyzed the growth of tourism over the past 10 years since the last program of action, since the 3rd conference on small island developing states. So today, I'm just gonna share with you the summary of that research. So first, let's start about the context. So in 2019, the Caribbean experienced the 7th year of consecutive growth in tourism arrivals, which was among the highest in the world. Meanwhile, what happened to the GDP growth per capita? It declined during the same period. So what is happening? We have more people coming to the region every year, but are we really benefiting from it? So there are different factors that can explain this phenomenon, but essentially what is happening, the main problem is that the benefits of tourism do not reach micro, small, and medium enterprises in the formal and informal sectors, nor citizens equitably. So, fortunately, there is an opportunity, which we talked about since yesterday, that is the movement towards inclusive, sustainable, and regenerative tourism. Many speakers before me talked about the rising demand for authentic experiences, for adventure travels. This is a huge industry that is growing. And also my colleagues before also talked about the willingness to pay for products and services that can be offered by MSMEs. The demand is there, the willingness to pay is there. So in order to take advantage of this opportunity and address this problem, the perfect solution is public-private community partnerships. So this is a framework that essentially provides the 6 dimensions that can help stakeholders optimize the value of tourism partnerships, right? So essentially, I don't have the time to go through all of that, but in the report that you can have access, we have the 6 dimensions, but essentially, the 3 main dimensions is social, economic, and environmental impact. Social, economic, and environmental impacts, these are 3 dimensions, but in the context of sustainable tourism, we need to think also about 3 other dimensions, which is digital inclusion and innovation, as well as governance and financing, and then the last one, resilience. So today, I'm not gonna talk about this, but we have in the report success stories from all over the SIDS, all over the world, to describe each of these dimensions. Today, I just wanna take a few minutes to focus on the second one, which is about digital inclusion and innovation. This is the area that I am most passionate about. So I think most of you know that international visitors like to book accommodations online prior to the visit. And once they reach destination, they like to book online as well their services or experiences they want to do. They carry minimum cash on them for convenience or also for safety. They don't like to carry a lot of cash. They like to pay using the mobile phone or their cards. They also, mostly the Canadians and the Americans, they like to tip when they're happy with the services, and they like to tip using their cards as well. And the last point here, donate to communities. So this is an interesting research that we conducted a few years ago during the 1-year STEM program of targeting the digital nomads. We found that again and again and again that they want to give back. They live they spend more time in the Caribbean or in their destination, and they want to give back. So they try to find charities or conservation efforts that they want to donate to, but most of the time, they complain that they cannot pay digitally, they cannot donate online. So that's another issue. So what's the problem? The problem is that 18% of the websites in the Latin American and the Caribbean are not transactional. You cannot donate, you cannot pay using the websites. The vast majority of MSMEs in the Caribbean region do not use digital payments for transactions. That is a fact. Perhaps that explains why the cruise lines are actually taking the majority of the price that the visitors are paying for local excursions, because MSMEs are not able to access the markets. And then the last point here about the international platforms is, did you know that, let's say, platforms like Airbnb, for example, in order to benefit, in order to rent your house or to have access to Airbnb experiences, which is now a new way of generating revenues for people who have talent, because you play guitar, you're good at it, you sell on Airbnb your experience, right? But the accounts, your financial accounts in a credit union or in a banks in the Caribbean are not integrated into these international platforms. So that means most citizens in the Caribbean cannot benefit, cannot sell on these kind of platforms, right? So there are a lot of consequences about this problem, but let's focus on the solutions, right? The first solution I wanted to share is basically just building the capacity for online booking via the website. So I have an example here in the Pacific where they supported, 3 minutes. They supported the 300 website which allowed transactions, but in the Caribbean it's very difficult because in order to get an online payment gateway, you need to have a merchant account, and the financial institutions in the Caribbean have very stringent requirements to have access to online payment gateways. So it's very difficult for Caribbean MSMEs to be able to sell online. So the next option, the next solution is to use online marketplaces. So online marketplaces essentially acts as an intermediary. So they take the credit card payments and then they disburse the money to the accounts of the stakeholders. It could be in the credit union, it could be in any accounts. So they act as the intermediary. So we have done that, we have seen it in the Caribbean with farmers who have accounts in a credit union, and it's possible. Yesterday, I talked with a gentleman from Antigua Tourism Authority. They are planning to do that. The Caribbean, the individual people, homeowners who are going to be vetted will be able to have access to Airbnb clients, but the Tourism Authority will be the intermediary and get the payments and disperse to the individual people. So we don't have that in tourism enough. Like, it's not really that rocket science to get it, but we just have to develop partnerships to do it. Anyhow, the last one is the mobile wallet, which is the most powerful, especially for the micro and informal sector. Yesterday, we went to an amazing event with lots of vendors, but none of them were taking credit cards. None of them has a point-of-sale solution. So if they had a digital wallet, now visitors can use their passport to download the mobile wallet. So when they go around, they just take their phone and just start transferring money to anybody. The street vendors, anybody can participate to tourism. So it's huge potential. That's the last part of my presentation. I have 2 more slides. Recommendations, split into 2 sections. So the first one is sort of a 5-step process to engage community when you develop public-private community partnership, right? The most important first one is to consult with the community. But it's not just diverse groups of stakeholders to hear the voice, but it's also to make sure that we understand from their perspective what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that they see in their community. And that is useful not only to build consensus eventually, but it's also useful to design partnerships that when you are in the 4th step and you develop the agreement and the terms of reference and the MOUs, then you have understood what the issues and opportunities were, and then you can design processes to make sure that these are addressed. And finally, the policy recommendations. So remember, I have 6 dimensions, so I'm going to go through one by one. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to stop here, but I just want to leave you to one point here. And you can find the report, and all these recommendations will be there on the report. You can find me on LinkedIn. But just want to say that, essentially, to develop public-private community partnerships, we need to build the capacity at all levels, at the entrepreneurs level, at enterprise level, at the community level, and at the national level. And oftentimes, we think about the national level, and we think about the enterprise level, but we're missing the middle ground, which is the destination management organizations. I heard St. Lucia has started a tourism community tourism authority at the grassroots level, at the community level. That is amazing. That's how we're going to really build partnerships on the ground. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie. And you now have a better understanding of what I meant when I said Annie Betrand is an experience. Right, so Annie, I want to thank you for that contribution. And there were two key things that stuck with me. The first thing that you said that really raised my eyebrow and stuck with me is that sustainable tourism does not happen without community. And I want to repeat that. Sustainable tourism does not happen without community. So we can have the public sector, and we can have the private sector, but without the community, that people element that we're talking about, without them receiving the prosperity, which is the very reason for our pursuit of tourism as an industry in the region, then we may be missing the mark. The second thing that stuck out with me, Annie, of course, was your notion that we must match authentic experiences with a visitor willingness to pay. Sometimes we are tempted to simply, sorry, go ahead. Sometimes we're tempted to simply sell what we have and to not ensure that there's a symbiotic relationship between really understanding what we have and finding the right people who will value what we have. And so, Annie, I want to thank you for driving that point home. Now, to my good friend, Michelle. Well, Michelle's presentation actually comes in two parts. And so, to begin with, and I'm hoping that we are ready in the back, and Michelle, I will invite you so that you're here when the video presentation is happening. We will have a video presentation, short, brief, punchy remarks from Mr. Glenn Manziuk, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Sustainable Hospitality Alliance UK. And I will now invite his colleague, Ms. Michelle Mason, who is their Social Impact and Recognition Manager, to drive home that particular point. Michelle, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. And I look forward to discussing with you the power of public, private, and community partnership. Glenn, our CEO, would love to be here today, but unfortunately he isn't. So, do you have the presentation? Yeah? They're just lining up the presentation. Yeah? Oh, okay. Well, I will carry on presenting until that's ready. Hold on. I've gone a bit far ahead. Right. So firstly, it's important that we talk about why the move for sustainability is important for the hospitality and tourism industry. At the Alliance, we see this as 5 key pillars: regulatory environment, shareholder demand, communities, consumer demand, and recruitment and retention. Whilst the move towards sustainability is now recognised as a business must-have rather than a nice-to-have, significant investment is required to meet the UN Standard Development Goals by 2030. And the only way we can do this is through public, private, and community partnerships. At the Alliance, we are driving collaboration and acceleration progress. Together, we take practical action to propel the entire sector towards regenerative, inclusive future, in which hotels give back to the destination more than they take. So let's look at a few of our challenges and our partnerships. Our pathway to net positive hospitality is the result of years of cooperation between public and private organisations. Covering 10 key topics across the ESG spectrum, its development was only made possible through expert public sector input from organisations including UN Tourism, the International Organisation of Migration, and the International Labour Organization, as well as sector companies like EY, Considerate Group, Greenview, as well as hotel companies across the industry. The digital tool provides a step-by-step guidance for hotels to support them transitioning their ESG strategy and their practical stages, no matter what part of the journey they're on. We've partnered with WTTC, sorry, I'll sound close. Nobody put their hand up and said they couldn't hear me. Oh, I'm sorry about that. We've partnered with WTTC, UN Tourism, to promote nature-positive tourism. This collaboration marks the first landmark effort to address biodiversity challenge. The commitment of the partnership to work towards net positive for nature draws on extensive consultation with experts from businesses, government, academia, and civil society. We recently released a new report which aims to inspire action and help the sector halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Another example of how we're bringing together public and private sector is through the leadership of the Sustainable Marketing Initiative, Hotel and Tourism Task Force, to which our CEO, Glenn Manzik, is co-chair. The SMI unites global CEOs and countries that are part of the Commonwealth to address objectives of the Terra Carta, which provides a roadmap for private sector to accelerate the transition to a sustainable future. The Hospitality and Tourism Task Force combines enterprises of hospitality associations, sustainability partners, intergovernmental development organisations, and enables us to look beyond our industry. Our employability program brings together government organisations, hospitality companies, and local training providers to deliver theoretical and practical training for young people who may not otherwise have access to the hospitality jobs. I love it when the card comes up. We recently celebrated our first graduation of our new employability program in Egypt, which is the result of investment from the German Development Agency, GIZ, partnerships with local hospitality companies and local training providers. We're incredibly proud that 77% of our trainees who graduated earlier this year were female, and this is a groundbreaking milestone for the country, as female unemployment rates is much higher than males, and now these young women are now leading in professional careers in the hospitality industry and food preparation. Another one of our partnerships and collaborations that I want to talk about is the Alliance and the Belize Tourist Board. As our first destination partner, Belize is pioneering sustainability, tourism, and hospitality. This partnership sees the country join forces with leading global hospitality companies and actively participate in the World Sustainable Travel and Hospitality Awards program, which I'll tell you more about in a moment. Together with the Belize government, we aim to provide a blueprint for engaging governments around the world who wish to drive sustainable tourism and develop a net positive hospitality. We are keen to expand our destination partnerships, and I throw this question out to the audience. Could your destination join this movement? As a destination partner, countries will have the opportunity to take a pioneering role in the sector's journey towards net positive hospitality and signify their commitment to responsible tourism, take a positive position themselves, as well as collaborate with hospitality stakeholders and sustainability leaders. I mentioned the World Sustainable Travel and Hospitality Awards earlier, so I'd like to take a moment to highlight the opportunity for hospitality and tourism companies and individuals to enter the awards. The awards program has been developed with the World Travel Awards, the Alliance, and Belize as being the official host destination to celebrate individuals, organisations, and that make meaningful impact and contribution to sustainable travel. Now, we all know somebody in this room who we think is doing amazing work within the industry. It's your opportunity to have them recognised, and it's your opportunity for the world to know what they're doing. So voting will take place on will close on the 2nd of August, where the winners will be announced and celebrated at a gala ceremony in Belize on World Tourism Day, which is the 27th of September. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for listening, and also, as my PR company and marketing say, please take your phones out now and scan this code, go down free trial, and you'll see all the 21 categories for the award. What my dream would be today is to look around here and know that somebody in this audience wins one of those categories. So all take your phones out, scan this code, and I thank you again for listening. Okay. And also, just to let you know, what should have come forward after you've scanned and clicked will be Glenn's video introducing the organisation, and I thank you again for your time.
All right. Oh, perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Manzik, and I serve as CEO of the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. Though I regret I'm not able to join you in person for this pivotal conference, I'm honored to connect with you virtually to discuss a subject close to our hearts: fostering robust partnerships for sustainable tourism. As you gather at this Caribbean Sustainable Tourism Conference, we stand united by a singular, ambitious goal to forge a future for tourism that respects our planet and actively enriches it. The Alliance, which I represent, is a testament to the power of collective action, comprising hospitality companies globally, alongside a broad spectrum of strategic partners. We are making significant strides towards meaningful sustainable change, both locally and globally. Our members encompass global hospitality giants and regional hotel groups are at the forefront of this transformational change. Through collaboration, we are amplifying sustainable awareness, sharing best practices, and pioneering change. Our vision is clear: to cultivate a tourism sector that is not only prosperous, but is inherently responsible. Our journey is supported by an array of partners: philanthropic entities, not-for-profits, government bodies, and the private sector. United in purpose, organizations like the World Travel and Tourism Council, UN Tourism, the Global Business and Travel Association, and the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, to name a few, are among many that are instrumental in helping us achieve our shared objectives. Together, we are a formidable force for sustainability, driven by a shared commitment to making a tangible difference. Collaboration is the cornerstone of our efforts. The Alliance is dedicated to achieving significant ambitions, harmonizing the metric, setting the standard, and simplifying reporting process. Our industry-led standing committees are working with groups that are actively addressing critical issues, from establishing an impact fund to optimizing supply chains, to ensuring human rights and labor due diligence, and leveraging the power of storytelling to inspire action. Central to our mission is the journey towards net positive hospitality. This ambitious goal challenges us to ensure that our destinations contribute more to the world than we take. Net positive strategies are designed to enhance society, the environment, and the global economy, ensuring communities and destinations long-term health and prosperity. But what does this mean for the Caribbean? A region that stands as a beacon of natural beauty, vibrant culture, and warm hospitality. Envision a future where every resort, tour operator, and business in tourism value chain contributes to regenerating the ecosystems and communities that make this region unique. From reducing water usage and protecting coral reefs to supporting local economies and preserving cultural heritage. The Caribbean, with its unique blend of natural and cultural wealth, has the potential not just to be a leader, but a global leader in sustainable tourism. Our commitment to net positive is more than minimizing our negative impacts. It's about maximizing our positive contributions. It's about ensuring that we, as an industry, leave a legacy of prosperity, resilience, and rejuvenation for generations to come. Today's session is a call to action. It invites public entities, private enterprise, and community organizations to envision how to unite and propel the tourism industry towards, in our view, net positive hospitality. As you delve into the discussions and share insights, let us be inspired by the examples of collaboration and innovation that already dot the Caribbean landscape. It's a collective responsibility. We can make a significant difference together. I am proud that our Manager for Social Responsibility and Recognition, Michelle Mason, is there in person with you to further share the work that we are doing at the Alliance. And I eagerly anticipate hearing about the outcomes of today's collaboration. Together, we have a unique opportunity to redefine the future of tourism in the Caribbean and beyond. And thank you for your unwavering dedication, your boundless compassion and passion for this effort, and the steadfast commitment to this vital cause. Hand in hand, let us move forward towards a more sustainable and prosperous future for all. Thank you very much.
Right, so thank you for that contribution. Thank you both to Glenn and to Michelle. And in the case of both of them, I love this whole idea of net positive partnerships, where we must not only focus on minimizing the negative impacts, but on maximizing the positive ones. Madam Chairperson, do we have time for one or two questions? One. Okay, right. So you should have your questions ready. I would like to invite you to share with us or to ask of the esteemed panel for their perspective. Any questions? No. Wow. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I've got a question.
Right. I like that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you very much. One of the things that we also wanted to expand on in what we do on a day-to-day basis is there are many Caribbean countries, destinations that have either natural parks or government assets or trusts that control these parks or sites of historical significance. Many of these islands, with the best of intentions, when a budget is tight, money is scarce. They prioritize roads, schooling, hospital, and the big things in life. And although they really would like to have these assets be the best that they can be, it's just not possible. And each country has a different set of criteria for what they want to do with that asset. Some people just want to maintain, some people want to invest in it, some people want to develop it, some people just want to protect it. One of the things we do at Chukka is we are constantly looking and inviting and searching for any island nation that has a natural or historic or cultural asset that you would like to monetize this asset for what I just discussed. Maintain, protect, build, and in the case of, say, Harrison's Cave, which we partnered with the Betrand government to develop, make sure that it can become a marquee, well, it is a marquee attraction, and take that brand to the world. Not all sites can be marquee attractions, but not all the value of these sites is measured in the same way. So we do spend a lot of time scouring the islands for unique, one-of-a-kind assets that need to be monetized, that must be monetized, and we partner with the governments to do this. It's a big part of the PPP that we do. We're not afraid of PPPs. Some people shy away from them in the private sector. We definitely do not. Thank you.
All right, so I have received one question. I'm going to pose this question to the panel, and I will give you 15 to 20 seconds to respond. We're going to be very, very to the point. And the question is this. From your perspective, offer the delegates one lesson learned from navigating partnership pitfalls that you have had to overcome. We've spoken about the great virtues of partnership, but we must never forget that there's always an underbelly on underside. So, who wants to open the batting? Right, go ahead, Michelle.
Hello, Marc. Hello, can you hear me okay? Great. I always think one of the things when we're looking at partnerships is also to look at the voice of who's not in the room, because it's really key that we are inclusive and we really work to ensuring that there's clear representation of everybody when we're doing these partnerships from the top down. That's would be my kind of learning to implore that everybody takes away from them, is always look for the voice that's not in the room and make sure that their views are heard within the planning and within the development.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
From my perspective, the ideal partnerships has a common vision, right, and a common set of objectives and priorities, and that is very difficult to achieve when you have different groups of stakeholders that have different capacity, different background, different interests, different perspective on what needs to be done first. So the greatest lesson learned about to build consensus about the priorities is oftentimes to get market research data. Because when you bring that into a stakeholder meeting and you say, look guys, I understand you guys all want to do this, you guys all want to do this, you guys all want to do this, but look what is the market is saying. Look at the revenue potential if we're doing this. But in order to achieve this particular revenue potential or to tap into this revenue potential, this is what I think what we should be doing together. And I think that helps to reach consensus and share and establish a common vision.
I'll be short and sweet. I would just suggest asking yourself why you're partnering in the first place and what needs you're responding to on the part of your partners and vice versa, and then to remind yourself of that through the process, because it is a process. It's not something that is always executed at speed. Because if you had all the resources, if you could meet your own needs, you wouldn't be partnering in the first place. But oftentimes in the process, you start to question why you got involved in the first place. So.
Right.
Yep, all right, even shorter. We have countless partnerships. I could say nearly 100 between leases and participatory leases and
public-private sector partnerships, etc. But my one piece of very short advice is a contract doesn't make a partnership. Spend the time getting to know and date and understand where you're heading and what you're doing, and do not think for a millisecond that contract is going to keep you together.
Right. Beautiful, beautiful.
I'm going to build on that. If you're partnering for the press release, it's probably not a partnership, right? So if the first thing your partner wants to do is figure out how to announce it, it's not going to last. You have to do the work and then celebrate an announcement, but go beyond the press release.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so let me wrap things up. Partnership. Get your notepads, get your pen. I'm going to give you 5 partnership success formulas, one from each of the panelists here today. Formula 1, MICE market partnerships. Events plus adaptability plus managed footprints equal global promotional campaigns. Formula 2, product development partnerships. Safety plus standards plus service plus smiles. That's the secret sauce. Partnership 3, retooling partnerships. Social enterprises plus the flourishing business canvas equals lasting change in tourism development. Formula 4, this is the tourism operator development partnerships. And here, the magic happens when we combine authentic experiences plus visitor willingness to pay, plus the digital payment platforms and mechanisms that make business possible. And the final formula, the net positive partnership. This happens, so success equals the minimized negative impacts plus the maximized positive impacts. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us. Partnerships.
Thank you all so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank them once again. Thanks to our moderator and to our panel. Partnership, partnerships, partnerships. Guys, you know, this has been a really packed conference, and we still have wonderful information, more wonderful information to come. So I'm going to just jump right into the next session, which is a masterclass. So we're going to, you know, prepare ourselves for a little mini workshop, and we're looking at FuTech tourism, demystifying the myths and exploring the risks, benefits, and new opportunities. So I'm going to ask, while I introduce our moderator, I'm going to ask those presenters who are part of this session to please make their way up to the stage. That would be Mr. Ed Limon, Mr. Kyle Maloney, and Ms. Stacey Hines. Our moderator for today's session is Orlando Romaine. Now, Orlando is an entrepreneur and accomplished creative professional, originally from the Caribbean island of Grenada. His unwavering dedication to the creative industry was the driving force behind the establishment of several successful businesses, which not only bring significant value to Grenada, but also create employment opportunities for talented individuals within the creative sector. He is an advisor with the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development with responsibility for ICT, digital economy, and the creative economy in Grenada. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for today's FuTech session, masterclass, as well as the presenters to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, pleasant good afternoon to you all. I trust that your morning session was indeed enlightening and that you still have a bit of charge left in you to take in the remainder of today's session. Let me start by saying how honored I am to be up here to speak with you on a topic that is of great importance internationally, but certainly regionally. And that is the subject of FuTech tourism. Demystifying myths, exploring risks, benefits, and new opportunities that technology has to offer. Let me also say that the first time I heard of this term, FuTech tourism, was when I received the briefing notes on today's moderation. So I'm not sure if it's a term that CTO coined themselves, but put simply, it means future technology. So myself and, of course, the esteemed panelists will delve deep into the profound impact technology has had on the travel and tourism landscape, looking at ways we as a region can leverage technology to increase value add and, of course, to survive the multiple disruptions that technology presents. Technology and tourism is intricately intertwined. Decades ago, travelers relied on paper maps, guided books, and physical tickets as part of their travel experience. Today, we have witnessed a digital revolution where smartphones, GPS navigations, and online booking platforms have become indispensable tools in the modern traveler's experience. Technology has streamlined processes, enhanced experience, and revolutionized the entire travel experience. These technological advancements have opened up new opportunities in the travel industry and have somewhat leveled the playing field, particularly in the areas of marketing and customer acquisition. Equally, technology has had a disruptive impact on the industry, making entire business models obsolete and forcing investments in new ones. Investments many of us in this room were forced to make unless we are prepared to become extinct. One of the most fundamental and visible changes technology brought about was the rise of online booking reservation systems. Travelers can now plan and book their entire trip from the comfort of their homes or on the go, thanks to user-friendly websites and mobile apps. Augmented reality and virtual reality technologies have also found application in the travel industry, offering immense immersive experiences and previews of destinations. For example, augmented reality apps can provide real-time information about points of interest, historical sites, and even translate foreign language on the fly, making travel more accessible and engaging. Because of technology, the travel industry has now amassed a vast amount of data, allowing for personalization on an unprecedented level. Algorithms and artificial intelligence help travel companies understand customer preferences and enables them to offer tailored recommendation based on previous choices. This not only enhances the traveler's experience, but also increases customer loyalty. As a region, we cannot ignore the revolution brought about by technology. We must plan and strategize on the implementation of technology on a regional level. It is imperative that we engage in discussions about how to leverage technology to meet our region's unique needs. We must adopt a proactive and intentional approach, carefully crafting a tech tourism agenda that enhances our competitiveness, profitability, and sustainability, while at the same time safeguarding our region's unique selling proposition, our people. Preserving human interaction amidst the technology revolution is of paramount importance. We must identify what aspects of the value chain offers the most significant return on investment from technology without compromising the human touch that defines the Caribbean experience. Equally, we must also acknowledge that some job functions will become redundant. This leads us to the critical question of how we go about retooling our labor force to equip them with the skills where they can take up jobs such as data analysts, SEO specialists, social media managers, and content creators in the AR and VR space. As we move ahead as a region, we need to decide how we will use technology. Will we use technology to enhance customer acquisition and personalization? Or should we explore integrating robotics and advanced self-service tools that may ultimately reduce human interaction? And I can go on and on. But before I get carried away, let me pause to introduce our esteemed panelists. I will start with my immediate left, Ms. Stacey Hines, who is the founder and CEO of Epic Transformation. Stacey will present on digital transformation in the tourism space with a focus on opportunities that exist and how we as a region can leverage those opportunities. Following Ms. Hines will be Mr. Limon, the creative director of Winged Whale Media, who will discuss the application of virtual and augmented reality in the tourism and travel space. And finally, we will have a presentation by Mr. Kyle Maloney, co-founder of Tech Beat Retreat, who will speak on the power of community, creating a technology community to serve the Caribbean. Let me just say that after all the presentations, we will then pause for a few questions from the audience. If none, I will pose a few questions of my own. So without any further ado, join me in welcoming our first presenter to the podium, Ms. Stacey Hines.
Testing. Hey, everybody. Wagwan. All right, great. Thank you so much. This is what we're going to be talking about today. We are at approximately 4:35, I think, in the afternoon, and 4:45. All right, thank you very much. And we are just about to get started because this is a master class. What that means is it's an interactive experience. And worst thing, no, we have artificial intelligence that we're talking about. We have augmented reality. We have virtual reality. So y'all know you're going to have to get involved. So I'm going to be the warm-up, and then I'll hand you over to these guys to bring it home. You with me? So in order for us to exhibit our mastery, we're going to need you to participate. We have a deal? All right. Some people don't sound so, they're like, I know, I'm not so sure. Okay, all right. Well, let's get started. So who's in the room with me today? I know we have really big titles. We have ministers, we have chairpersons, we have CEOs, we have directors. But I wanted to kind of test out a different set of categories today. I wanted you to maybe raise your hand if you are someone that has had a dream or a purpose in your heart. Raise your hand up. Purpose or a dream, something in your heart that, okay, great. How about you have helped somebody else to achieve the mission or the vision that they have had in their heart? How about, yeah, we're good. Okay, how about being the person that is providing the infrastructure, laying the foundation, creating the space for those persons who are the ones having the dream and also the ones who are exploring their dream. You lay the foundation, you create the space, infrastructure. Okay, beautiful. What that means is that in this room, we are all the future. We are all the possibility that is within technology. And so what I want you to do to start things off is I want you to turn to the person next to you, including you that has the time cards, because I know you're going to be saying 5 minutes in 5 minutes. I want you to turn to the person next to you. Just look at the person next to you, and I want you to say to them, you are the possibility of our future. Yes. Now, if you have somebody behind you, look behind you and say to them, you are the possibility of our future. Yes, I love it. Okay, now I want you to just feel that. Do you feel that? Feel nice, don't? that's how I feel and how these guys feel when we are supporting people with achieving the possibilities of their dreams through the power of technology. And I want to invite you today into a conversation about the way that digital transformation is affecting tourism and how it really is about that number one secret, which is the people and the possibility that all the people, both in this room and outside of this room, represent for our future. We are people with purpose. Can you say that? Man, look at y'all. Mastery. All right. The first person I want you to be introduced to is a young lady who I bought a swimsuit and a hot girl dress and a big hat to wear to a party on a boat in the Caribbean. Her name is Christia, and she was a fashion influencer that owned a store. But now she is supporting her mother in fulfilling her dream.
You see the time, and Roddy was already working. He is clocking, and look at the beautiful door in the sunlight. Oh, water was done, so we had to go to the spring to go and catch some water. We drove some of the way, and then we walked the rest of the way. And after that, I was ready to find the closest water commission because hello. And then when I came back, guess who was visiting me? Had to go and get her some bananas while she was near down my place. But yeah, I came back and there was Millie in my yard, and then I escorted her back home because you're not going to eat on my place. And Mr. Dakins was here. I haven't seen him and his team in a while. So they were doing all of the finishing. Look at my lunch. Don't be greedy now. Don't be jealous. And then we planted out some of the coconuts in the front. And then we took the rest to the back because today is the day I'm going to start my dream of having a coconut walk. Yes, I've had this dream since I was a little girl, like about 8 or 9. And today is the day while that was happening, we got a delivery of stones. And of course, we're going back to the coconut walk because that's all that matters, duh. And yeah, Dane was helping me. See the line coming along, guys. See the line coming along. I'm so excited. And then a 3-year-old showed me that he can climb a tree better than I can. But that's okay, we press along because I'm just too happy today. And Girlie was there to witness the day, be a part of the day. And then Mr. Dakos then worked into the night. Yep, working hard.
Okay, so this fashionista is now supporting her mom's dream of having a boutique hotel in St. Mary, Jamaica. And what has happened over the last year and a half since she started this Instagram page is she now has 61,000 people who are also a part of that dream. She has moved that dream to YouTube, where she has now started to monetize her ability to actually share this dream. This is how technology is supporting the future and the people with purpose. Now imagine a magical, frictionless experience for your most desired visitor. We have so many Caribbean islands represented here, Jamaica being one of them, Trinidad, we have Turks and Caicos, and of course, we're being hosted by the wonderful Grenada. This is my first time, guys, and can I tell you, I couldn't wait to come because I love nutmeg. I use nutmeg almost every day. I even use it when I'm making my lasagna, so I am a connoisseur. Just saying. Anyway, so thank you. Thank you. And truth be told, many times I'm the person that feels like I'm sitting inside of what looks to me like a bird's nest. And for some people, that may be the experience that they want to have. And our responsibility is to create an opportunity for them to have that in the easiest, most seamless way possible. Now, the most critical people who are a part of this process, who are part of this purpose, are the individuals who need our support, the individuals who are going to be using the technology to actually create the change that we need to see for our futures. Imagine a people empowered by the passion for their work, thriving in their beautiful home, with support and enablement. So many questions came up over the last couple of days about the farmers and how much they need. I heard we're talking about water and the challenges that we have. Technology can support and assist with all of these things, but it is a community effort, not an individual effort. So all these people have this purpose, and we know that through technology and through digital transformation, we can make it happen. But before we can serve and be served as people with purpose, we have to be fostering a mindset of prosperity. Say that with me. Fostering a mindset of prosperity. And when we think about prosperity, you know, sometimes we feel a little bad because we want to talk about the funding that the IDB or the World Bank is going to give us. We want to talk about the Caribbean Development Bank and all the different donors and funding agencies that are going to be giving us money. But at the end of the day, we also want to be profitable. We want to make sure that our people can actually wave their phones or utilize and leverage our website to get paid. We want to go to the market, and I want to just be able to tap my card. And we should be able to provide the infrastructure for our people to do so easily. With that being said, we are also very clear that in order for us to have this mindset of prosperity, we have to navigate some of the challenges that we know are in this space. So what are the risks and the challenges that are being experienced in digital transformation? I'll share with you. This is where I spend most of my time. I spend most of my time supporting people in examining why their digital transformation efforts are failing. And I'm pretty well employed because there is a large failure rate. All right? There is a large failure rate. And this is average. Okay, Harvard Business Review and University of Oxford did a study, and anywhere between 67 to 96% of digital transformation initiatives globally fail. And this is across industries. This is whether you have your McKinsey helping you or not, right? So the reality is the failure rate is high, but the possibilities are still endless. Why are the failure rates so high? First and foremost, that whole thing of vision and being able to determine where we're going, lack of strategy, a lot of resistance to change, many different objectives and competing insights and things that everybody wants. Everybody's got to work on something. Everybody's agenda is important. You know what was very exciting for me to watch today? When I saw the ministerial panel earlier, and they were talking about the different ways that they were collaborating here in Grenada, the different ministries. Not one ministry over here doing one thing and saying, oh, good luck to you over there, tourism. I'm over here doing my climate change. No, but collaboration so that we remove the silos which affect most companies. All right? We talk about data and the lack of data. The Caribbean is data starved. We're data thirsty. It's like, no, you can't find out how much pineapple you sell at the corner. It's a real thing. But as much as these things are challenges, the possibilities are still endless. Now, these may be some internal risks, but we also have external risks. Are you guys familiar with this guy? No? Anonymous. Shows up in many different ways, and sometimes it's really a matter of what's going on in your head. But in the reality, we do have a lot of cyber threats. You guys have been hearing about data privacy, data security. You know about all the different laws that have come into play of late. You may also be aware of cyber attacks. Like I was dreaming up going to Costa Rica, and actually a mutual friend of ours honeymooned there. And while he was on his honeymoon there, they were having some power outage things and did not know that there was actually a ransomware attack happening in Costa Rica at the same time. And they attacked the infrastructure. They went after government. So the threats indeed are real. Then you also have the threats that are imagined. I was having a riveting conversation a couple of nights ago about artificial intelligence and how concerned people are about artificial intelligence and the bots coming to take over. Anybody seen iRobot? Yeah, right? I can't wait to get me one. I find it exciting and I find it exhilarating, and at the same time, I am aware that there are so many myths out there, and so we have to be prepared to examine the things that we are focusing on. Where is our mindset? Is our mindset on all the challenges that we can have with AI, or is our mindset on all the ways that we can use artificial intelligence to impact the work that we're doing? What are some of the small steps that we can take so that we can teach ourselves? We can enhance our digital literacy so that we can move beyond this guy beyond the screen, because we would understand data privacy, we would understand security, we would understand cyber security. You with me? Who's tracking? Now, these threats were actually introduced by the same technology that we've grown to love. Reviews are actually a threat to this industry. And at the same time, the possibilities that these reviews actually create for us are endless. At one point, I thought reviews were only for hotels and places that you stay. But I realize now the power of information that is available to us through the eyes of persons who are having the experiences at all different points in their travel. Now, you have some that are real, just like our cyber attack guy, and then some that are imagined. It's just a big clock. I love Big Ben. It was one of the things that I wanted to see when I went to London. But somebody else might not like it, right? And that's okay. So you're going to have mixed reviews. You're going to have mixed reviews both in your digital transformation journey, and you're also going to have mixed reviews online in different areas of travel and tourism. The point is, despite what you may be experiencing in the space of challenges and risks and issues, the possibilities of what you can do with technology are endless. And what if all that focus that we placed on the challenges, we actually used that energy, the same energy, remember the energy you were feeling earlier when we started? What if you were to harvest that energy and use it instead to focus on the opportunities? The reason why everybody's after digital transformation is because of the opportunities, innovation, competitive advantage. I want my coconut stall to be the best one on the corner because you can pay digitally. Like, seriously, right? Enhanced customer experience. This is actually the #1 reason why most tourism institutions, whether you're an owner or operator or you're a government, you want to create an enhanced visitor experience so that you can get more people to your shores. I loved what Adam said on Monday, Mr. Stewart, talking about the fact that we are not competing with each other. We're competing with your Europe and your Bali's, et cetera, because it's so true. We are one Caribbean. I've always believed that. 40 million people in the Caribbean region, that's literally just one country. We have so much available to us that we can leverage. And if we can enhance our experiences in Grenada using technology, we can reach over to St. Vincent and say, hey, have you heard about this new tech? We used it to increase our visitors to the island. I was coming in and I filled out my form on the plane. I actually had done a video about that, but I took it out because I'm already at 5 minutes. But I was filling out the paper as I was on the plane, and I wondered to myself, where is Grenada in its digital transformation process? Removing the paper, filling out. And I actually like to write, so, I was filling out the paper, and I wondered. And then I landed, and I saw that they were actually going through the process of starting to use the digital kiosks. And I was like, yes, they're doing it. They're on the path. Guys, it does not happen overnight, right? They're going to be taking data. They're going to be collecting data on how long it takes for persons to move through those lines at the airport. They're going to be taking data on how much effort is required to collect all the paper that they now get to remove. So you're going to start to see these little indicators, and it is up to you to spread the positive word about the changes that are happening so that everybody else can focus on the opportunities. I had a wonderful conversation with our Minister of Tourism a couple of nights ago where he was telling me that when he met the Prime Minister It was like, okay, no, we're not using any paper at all. I'm signing everything digitally. And I love that. It's the little steps that you take at a time and leveraging the partnerships with the right people so that you can actually achieve the opportunities. So I'm going to talk about this last bit, which is partnerships. So you have people with purpose who are fostering a mindset of prosperity and who are leveraging the power of partnerships. Say that with me. Leveraging the power. Some of them out stop move. What man? We are leveraging the power of partnerships. Yes, I love it. Okay, there is this African proverb that says, you can go fast alone or you can go far together. There are lots of different things that you can focus on in your digital transformation journey. These 10 items are the top 10 areas that the tourism space is actually actively focusing on in digital transformation. AI is a big deal. Chatbots, which are a facet of artificial intelligence, are a big deal. Augmented reality and virtual reality, which you'll get to see at a closer proximity in just a couple of moments. Blockchain, people wanting to use the blockchain as a secure way to actually transact. Using online booking systems. The online travel industry, just being able to manage your travel online, is expected to get to $700 billion by 2026. I want to be swimming in that prosperity. Just plug me in somewhere. Tell me how I can serve, right? And yes, for those of you who are wondering, I did actually use AI to make this particular image. And if you would like the prompt, I can provide you with the prompt after the presentation. Okay. Now, if we are partnering and leveraging the power of partnerships to be prosperous so that our purpose can be served, then instead of that review that you thought was so ugly and so damaging, instead of that actually being damaging, you'll see something like this where you actually have somebody saying, if I received a review like this is the person that actually is reading now a review that was written. If I received a review like this, I might crawl into a hole. But Thomas, the business manager of the restaurant, took it well and responded respectfully. You have several partnerships in just this one example. One, the platform that allowed the person to leave the review. That's a partnership. Two, the person that actually left the review. That's feedback that they're giving. They may have been mad, but ultimately the feedback is to hopefully make the experience better for somebody else. Then you have the person that wrote the blog, that built the website that has the blog, and they went ahead and actually published this particular review. And then you have Thomas. Thomas is leveraging the platform that is giving him the feedback so that he can create a better experience for future visitors. That's the power of partnership. Sandals, 20,000 people employed. And yet still, they're using artificial intelligence through a chatbot. This particular image is showing partnerships in a couple of ways also. One, it's a website, had to be built by somebody. Two, you're seeing there where it says powered by Nice, I can't pronounce the name, but at the bottom of the chatbot window, it's actually the name of the artificial intelligence company that focuses on helping tourism operators create great experiences. That's an epic partnership. And there's many different ways that you can partner on your journey to fulfilling your purpose. In this image, I've just chosen just a couple that are showing really just the future of technology that is actually happening now and maybe prevalent in some areas, but will become more prevalent very soon. So we have Relay, our robot, who's providing service. You have so many different ways that AI is being used for companionship these days. Eco-friendly jet fuel, reducing the carbon footprint. In Fiji, They have a resort that is powered completely by solar. Amazing opportunities to explore the possibilities. We have communities of technologists that are coming together, leveraging the tourism space, inviting people into your ecosystem through conferences like no other, which you're going to hear about in a second. Partnering with companies like Winged Media, who's going to come up and talk next, to help you with your experiences so that you can have a realistic touch lifelike experience, even if you're sitting just here in this conference room. So I want you to think about the possibilities. Each and every one of you has a what if for the tourism industry and far beyond that. Thank you so much. If you are interested in exploring possibilities of partnership with me, you know where to find me.
I trust that after this insightful and interactive presentation, any thoughts of ethnic fatigue is now dissipated. Stacey, thank you for this presentation. I got a few key takeaways. The first is we are the possibility of the future. We are people with purpose, and we need to foster a mindset of prosperity. I understood that technology will not define the future of this region. We, the people, and our use of technology will define the future. Therefore, we must approach technology with a prosperity mindset and focus on the value technology offers. We must also leverage the power of partnerships to truly realize the value that technology offers us. That being said, allow me to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Ed Limon, who is the creative director at Winch Whale Media, and he will delve into the fascinating world of virtual reality and augmented reality. Join me in welcoming Ed.
And just to clarify, it's Winged Whale Media. Yeah, we can make anything fly. A whale with wings. I just want to thank the Caribbean Tourism Organization and the Grenada Tourism Organization for the opportunity to be able to speak to you today and be able to inspire you with this masterclass talking about virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality. Now, a lot of realities. Who is familiar or has been able to apply any of these technologies in your lives, in your families, or within your organization? Let's start with virtual reality. Raise your hands for those that are experienced. I'm not talking expert, I'm just experienced in virtual reality. Raise your hands. Okay, so a little handful. How about augmented reality? Some, okay, and mixed reality. Now, for those that have seen The Lord of the Rings, there's the saying that they, in regards to the ring, the one ring to rule them all. Well, all these realities have a certain acronym, and we call it XR. It's one acronym to rule them all. So virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, any reality, it's called XR. So to start us off, I want to talk about... Which one is it? Oh, yeah, right here. I want to tell you a story about Roger. And I had the opportunity to be at the Montreal show, SITV, and we had various VR headsets supplied. We were facilitating at that time for Antigua and Barbuda. And this is back 2017. And Roger is in a wheelchair. And he passes by, and he sees the VR headsets, and he looks at us, he's like, hey, I would like to try that out. So normally when you go to a trade show, you grab flyers, you put them in your bag, you grab another flyer, you put it in your bag. And, I remember the flyer being still in Roger's hand. And yeah, absolutely, Roger, we'll help you out. Put him on a VR headset. He went through the experience, Shirley Heights, Stingray City, helicopter rides, he went through the whole experience. And I'll never forget when he took off that VR headset, he was crying. He was very emotional. And the words, I'll never forget what he said. He said to me, I'll never be able to do those things. At the time, Colin Scarrett, who was the former director of tourism, he comes up to him, shakes his hand. He says, hey, my name is Colin Scarrett, director of tourism for Antigua and Barbuda, and I can tell you we are handicap friendly, and here's why. All of a sudden, that paper that he had in his hand became tangible. It became real. He had a preliminary experience. He felt the warm breeze of the Caribbean. All these things that he thought he couldn't do, now he can do. And right before our eyes, he booked a package. That's the power of virtual reality, right? It wasn't there to replace the experience. It was there to enhance it. Okay? AI is an incredible complementary tool to all of these technologies. But definitely within the XR experience, it provides an enhanced experience for higher learning. Okay? Next slide. So, with that, I'm just going to touch a little bit about the gaming industry, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, first game to be introduced, it looks like an Atari game, Tennis for Two, 1958. It was exhibited for 3 days. The lineup was massive. Tons of people just trying to experience a game of tennis. Obviously, it wasn't Atari. Atari came up later, $2 billion industry. Shortly thereafter, in the 80s, obviously Nintendo, $50, $60 billion industry, and so forth. So the entertainment industry, the gaming industry, started opening up Pandora's box. You recall this one? 2016, what happened? The revolution of AR. Augmented reality. People were just going nuts over this. I remember people were going to a customs office just to pick up a Pokemon. I remember that. Somebody was checking out my gear, and a customs officer, he sees some booyah going on over here, and he's like, oh, I hate Pokemon Go. Yeah, it was just Pokemon players just trying to catch a Pokemon. An augmented reality piece, a 3D model in the real world, and they were just having fun, interacting. Toronto is building, in Canada, Toronto is building an esports stadium, $500 million installation. Esports. Check this one out. Can you play that clip? Oh, the next clip? Okay, check this out.
Last year, more than 334 million viewers tuned in online over the 4-week period of the World Championships. The finals drew in 36 million. That's more than the Stanley Cup Finals, the World Series, and the NBA Finals combined.
Mind-blowing, right? So, Ed, why are we talking about gaming? We're talking tourism. This is the tourism conference. This is, what's going on? That's a great question. At the end of the day, there's gamification for entertainment, and there's gamification for higher learning, okay? Big difference. Gamification for entertainment and gamification for higher learning. And we're at that stage now that onboarding has been significantly better. I was actually honored to go upstairs in the morning to teach a group of youth. Various classes showed up, and I was able to do a fun workshop about virtual and augmented reality. And just to see how fast they onboarded with the technology was brilliant. Actually, one kid that really grabbed my attention, I'll tell you right now, because I challenged them to have an ideation or a brainstorming session, and one of the children said, I think it'd be great to have a virtual reality experience of a jail cell. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. A jail cell. It's like a jail cell. And why? Well, because that'll scare people not to go to jail. It was so cute. Okay. So, again, higher learning. Fam trips and study tours and these types of experiences have a budget. and we're limited. Okay? So from time to time, we would go, this is actually a photo here at Sunwing Vacations headquarters at Fasken Drive in Toronto. And we're facilitating for one of the BDMs there. And we had various VR headsets. You should have seen how these guys squealed. These travel agents showed up, they saw the VR headsets, and like, oh, it's the VR guy. And they put on the VR headsets, and they felt like they were there. Okay? Now, you can't get rid of print. She still showed the print, amazing videos, photos, flyers. But at the end of the day, these travel agents felt immersed. Now they can say they were there. Okay? So at the end of the day, there's a cost savings to it. And these travel agents were inspired. They onboarded through the VR experience quickly. And I know one of the things that really grabs my attention is the fact that over 70% of travel agents, as far as I understand, or any travel representative, have never technically been to the destination they're selling, let alone visited. So the fact that they're selling a destination, they haven't been there, that's a real challenge. How am I with time? Am I okay? I'm okay. All right. So let's throw out a few scenarios. One scenario is, or a challenge would be the non-eco-friendly flyers and maps that would be printed when, let's say, getting off a cruise ship and grabbing those maps. You still need maps. You still need print. You can't get rid of it. But at the end of the day, is there a solution or a way to lessen the cost and be proactive in regards to an environmental approach? So that's where augmented reality would be a great asset. Can you imagine just getting off of a cruise ship, you see a QR code, and you can just easily scan it, and it'll bring you this map experience of the island. And you can scan on any of those hotspots on this map, an interactive map that will guide you through the island. Okay, so I'm going to show you some examples here. So this is one of the AR examples that we're actually piloting right now. Are we connected? Here comes the fun stuff, guys. So you scan the QR code, out pops this island on your cell phone in the real world. And now you're able to explore it. Now this is just a pilot prototype, but imagine you're able to go around and there's detail upon detail of where everything is. You can check literally the whole island, and then ultimately you can click on various hotspots, and now comes various details and information that will guide you throughout the island. It could be a 360 video, test, okay. It could be a 360 video, it could be a 360 photo tour, it could be a booking engine, it could be anything. And then you leave it, and you can continue exploring. And at the same time, the partnerships work on local vendors. The local vendors want to be a part of this. They want stake in this. I want a 360 video. I want my property or my excursion to be shown. And so you see them pop up in a 360 video when they click on that hotspot. Hey, how's it going? My name is Jean-Paul. I want to welcome you to shark diving or to my restaurant. So it's a very fun, interactive piece. Now, I'm going to show another example, and here's where I'm going to need a volunteer. So if I can have a volunteer.
I'm giving you one here.
Oh.
This gentleman in the suit right here with the blue tie.
With the blue tie?
Blue tie right here.
Blue tie, Mr. Minister. All right. A round of applause. All right. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to have a seat. We're going to put on a VR headset on you, and you're going to go on a cruise ship. It's not the real thing, but see you later, guys. Okay. So he's going to go on a cruise ship, and if all goes well, we're going to be able to cast it on those two screens. So everything you're going to see, everyone's going to see. Okay? Actually, it was really cute. One of the kids that put it on, what do you see? Someone with no shirt on. He's swimming. He's swimming. No, you're not supposed to say that. The child said that. I had to defend my honor. Okay. Did you put the video first? You have to put the video first. Yeah. So right, the point towards it with the cursor. There we go. Okay. So put that on. So this is an example of a cruise ship that we shot a few years back. Can you lower down the volume? Okay. And perfect. It's all in Spanish, so that's why the volume's a little bit low. It was to cater to the Latin America market. So what are you seeing? I need you to turn. Here we go. Here we go. You're going to share what you're looking at. You're going to look up, look down.
I've seen something like Granite's Beach with some guys bathing. I'm seeing some turtle in the nice Grenada waters. I've seen somebody doing some scuba diving up in Molyneux up there.
Look to your left.
Look to my left. Oh, that's a yacht in Port Louis. Oh, and so look at some guys serving some nice meals there from Six Senses. No, the Waves, sorry. The Waves on launch. That's where it's in, David?
Yeah, you can look up.
The Grandlands? Yeah. Oh, clear blue skies. Oh, Maria's Secret. Oh no, Victoria's Secret. Indeed.
All right. So he's exploring. You're looking.
Oh, there's some guys playing tennis, table tennis. Somebody bouncing some balls there. Basketball. Oh, what a shot! 3-pointer.
Espero que haya sido relajante. Pronto será el atardecer.
Hello.
La Atalaya 360 es el mejor
It's a
lugar
beautiful
para
lady.
verlo.
What does it feel like?
Oh, my experience in that cruise ship was great. I will surely come again.
Are you relaxed now?
Oh yeah, I am. I feel at home now. Look at some dancers. Look from like Mexico. This one looked like yesterday from Carrico. Yeah. Restaurant. Well, some Spanish there, so cannot explain. But the dancers are fine. There's some drummers there. They don't look like Tivoli drummers, but they look like Mexicans. Yeah, beautiful. I'm back.
How was it?
Very good.
Yeah? Very good. All right, thank you so much. Yes. What was that?
Experience.
Was it an immersive experience? Did you feel like you were there?
Definitely. What you all think? The description I gave? You didn't feel like I was there?
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to break down to a very quick brainstorming session, okay? We're going to change it up a little bit. You're going to look to the people in front of you, looking at people to your left, to your right, behind you, no person excluded. And it'll just take 2 minutes. I want you guys to think about a challenge that your organization, destination, hotel, your organization, whichever, is facing or maybe facing. And I want you to think about the applications I just shared today in regards to XR and how XR can address those challenges, okay? So think about the challenge, think about the solution, and some of the examples I was able to sneak in there and show you, and I want you to brainstorm that together, giving you maybe like, how am I with time? Minutes and okay. Okay, you got 1 minute. All right, so go ahead. Yep. You're going to look to the person to your right, to your left, talk about the technology. How can this apply? How can this address the challenge? Maybe at a MICE event. A training event, an activation. Want to maybe showcase a new property. Want to insert 3D models into it, maybe. Excellent. I can feel that energy. It's all your fault. Yeah, great job. All right. Time is up. How was it? Anybody want to share really quick one of those solutions to the challenge? Anyone? Oh, they're still brainstorming. A solution? Anyone? Yes. Here, Claudia.
Hermione, and we're from Silver Sands Grenada Resorts. In our brief discussion, we thought that something like that can be useful as a training medium, because sometimes you can't find the time to train. In most cases, hiring a training manager might be expensive, or you do not have the opportunity to do that. So if we do a simulation training, new recruits can sit and be oriented with the property or oriented with a particular service delivery tool that we would like to train them. I'm not saying that we want to neglect the face-to-face and touch training, but if we going to go there, we believe it's an opportunity for us to utilize as a training tool, training mechanism.
So I'm out of time, but I just want to thank you all for this opportunity to be able to share with you about virtual and augmented reality, about XR technology. At the end of the day, the future is here. It's not about when will it come. You got Apple Vision Pro, you got movies coming out, you got TV shows. It is now universally accessible. The technology is now affordable. Everyone has a smartphone. 85% of people in North America have access to a smartphone. You can scan a QR code, go through an immersive experience. The future is now. The question is, how do we embrace it? How do we apply it to be able to address the challenges that we face in our day-to-day? Thank you so much.
All right, Ed, thank you for that presentation. Minister, you left the country without cabinet approval. You went on a cruise ship and went to Victoria's Secret. And you were entertained by some Hispanic dancers. Minister, I'll say no more. What happens in the conference stays in the conference.
Like I said, what happens at conference stays in conference.
Absolutely. So, Ed's presentation was really insightful, and I think something that's really dear to my heart. I was recently in Cuba, and I was able to experience one of their museums, the Fidel Castro Memorial Museum, and the way they were able to integrate technology and AR and VR is beyond our wildest imaginations. I think Cuba, despite the narrative, really is leveraging technology for the best. But augmented reality, virtual reality, put simply, will open up new possibilities and enhance experiences and create inclusions that were not possible before. We must adopt a problem-solving mindset in order to fully utilize the power of augmented reality, virtual reality. So I'm really happy that Ed did this engaging one-on-one with you guys and allowed the Silver Sands team to conceptualize how they can use AR and VR in their own day-to-day applications. So again, the overarching theme is that while technology is there, we the people really will be the drivers of how technology shapes our future. So without further ado, I would now introduce our final speaker, Mr. Kyle Maloney, who is the co-founder of Tech Beat Retreat. Kyle will speak on the power of community, again, putting people at the center of our technology revolution.
Mic check. All right. Hey. All right. You guys didn't have to be so good. So now I have to follow after that. All right. So my name is Kyle Maloney. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, if you couldn't already tell by my accent. Yeah, big up. One Trini. All right, I'm not accustomed to that. Usually there's a bit more of us. Any more Trinis in the room? All right, excellent. So I know I'm not alone here. All right, great. And so my conversation here really is taking this technology piece and taking it in a different perspective. We've spoken about leveraging AI, leveraging VR, leveraging all these types of technologies. But at the center of any technology is one thing. Actually, not a thing. It's a person. It's people. All right? And so there is no technology without people. And so what I'm going to talk to you today about a little bit is what I believe to be is the most powerful community of people in the world in the life cycle of where we're at today, which is the technology community. Okay? And so within the Caribbean, we've done a good job at building a really global brand that is synonymous with beautiful beaches, really amazing weather, and we've done a really good job of building a very good global tourism brand. And a lot of what we've spoken about over the last couple of days is asking the question, how can we build on top of that? How can we go beyond? And so I think there is a unique opportunity to leverage the infrastructure that we have and the brand that we've built to become a center for the technology community to convene and invest and partner with some of the best organizations and the people that are trying to do transformative things in the region. I have totally forgotten my slides. I just went straight in. All right. All right, cool. Yeah. Down. All right, cool, good, it working. Oh, it isn't. All right. All right, yeah, this is the power of technology here. All right, good. I got it. All right, cool, yeah? So, 32, jeez. Back. Yeah, but I want to go back. Right here. Good. Where do you start? All right. Good. So yeah. So I think we have an interesting opportunity to capitalize on this brand that we've built that attracts a lot of amazing people. And we have things that happen in this region that is kind of unique to us. We have a lot of big, large corporations that tend to domicile here, run billions of dollars through, but not necessarily invest in the region, you know? There's a stat, we did an event in Grenada. Google has like $20 billion that passes through, not Grenada, sorry, Bermuda, passes through Bermuda, but not a single dollar of it actually invests in the country, you know? And we're so familiar with so many of these celebrities that come to the islands and benefit from the infrastructure that we have, but not necessarily have any sort of follow-on investment in our infrastructure, in our people, and in our community that they so have come to love. And so the technology community in particular is one that, as I mentioned, is pretty powerful. The average earning of someone in the technology, someone in the technology industry in the US is something like twice that of the average earning of the average person in the US. And so this community earns a lot, they travel a lot, and I think there's unique opportunity to go beyond just having them visit to having them move to the point of investing and partnering. And what I've found in the last few years, building the brand that we've built with Tech Beach, that I'll come to tell you in a few seconds, is that we Caribbean people form some of the most leading positions in some of these technology companies. What we hear about a lot of the times, though, is the Jeff Bezos, or the Mark Zuckerberg, or the Elon Musk. But the reality is, though, is that a few tiers down, not too much, in many leadership roles, C-suite executive roles, for example, Maxine Williams from Facebook, who's the Chief Diversity Officer. We have a lot of Caribbean people that are at leadership roles in these organizations that are at the frontier of change. And we're not able yet to leverage these people in really transformative ways that are seeing some of that investment, some of that leadership capability and access be invested into the region. And so let me tell you a little bit about who we are and what we've been able to do, okay? So Tech Beach Retreat is the leading technology community within the Caribbean. We've been able to partner with some of the foremost leading brands. Google is our title partner, Microsoft, Visa, MasterCard. We have people from OpenAI that participate. We've had the founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, participate, Sir Richard Branson. We've built a really robust community of global players in technology that not only come to the Caribbean for the sun, sea, sand, but come to figure out how we can partner and how we can invest. Over the last 7 years, based on what we're able to track, we've seen over $62 million of investment and partnerships and sales driven through the platform that we've built. And we've been partnering with countries like the US Virgin Islands that we have coming up soon, like Bermuda, and we can be partnering with Grenada soon, okay? On leveraging the global technology community to not just come enjoy the spoils, but ask the question, how can we invest, how can we partner, how can we go really beyond just enjoying the sun, sea, sand, and then you leave, and then what else is there to show for it, you know? So with that sort of mind frame in mind of how do we invest, we're at the point as well where we're now raising the region's first venture capital fund that's focused on technology. a $25 million fund that's focused on investing in us. Investing in our people, in our ideas, and not just people that are based here, but our Caribbean diaspora all around the world. We're a fund that is meant to find the best of who we are globally and really shine a light and pour gas on that flame. And we're super excited to make that happen. But we know we're just scratching the surface. Because, as I mentioned, this community is a powerful community. And they love to talk about one word: billions. Billions. I think within the technology community, they've really proliferated the word billion more than at any other point in time in our lives, you know? And that's because you're always hearing about some company raising at $1 billion valuation who's now worth $1 billion. And so the work that we're doing in our space, I don't want to say little, but in our space, is just merely scratching the surface, you know? And so it's just a look at, I guess, some of the work that we've done and the platform that we've built, the kinds of people that we've been able to convene. At the center there, the guy showing his phone, that's the founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey. And what we've built is a community that's very accessible. Not a community full of VIPs and who's not accessible to people. When Jack was done, he came off stage and he took questions from the audience in the audience, not just on stage, you know? We've built a community of people that are super accessible. No matter if you are the founder of Twitter, or you're a product manager, or you're a marketer or a designer, anyone can go up to anyone to be able to engage and interact. And so I think we're coming at a time where within the region, we're falling on some really unique, unexpected opportunities. You guys are familiar with Anguilla? Yeah? Anguilla has fallen onto, like, I guess the digital equivalent of a bit of a gold mine. AI has been trending for the impact that we know AI is having. Anguilla happens to sit on the domain .ai. And so we're now seeing a unique opportunity, as Forbes is writing here about Anguilla, saying that they've generated in excess of $30 million last year just from this domain ownership, right? And so some would say that this is so fine, while this may be lucky. I think there is unique opportunity to really lean into this, all right? Lean into it from the perspective of not just selling the domains, but positioning the country as maybe the epicenter of AI conversation, speaking about policy and frameworks around sustainable AI, bringing the thought leaders around AI to Anguilla. Because if you are doing business in AI, you're registered a domain in AI, you have to go through Anguilla. And so I think there's unique opportunity to lean in and own this space in that way. And so I think these things are going to come more and more. And the theme of what I'm saying here is when these opportunities do come, whether deliberately or by happenstance, it's really important that we lean into them. This is another example here where in Bahamas, they happen to be located in a very unique position where the SpaceX launches can be seen from one of the islands in Bahamas really, really, really well. And so now they've partnered with SpaceX to not only sell tickets, but run STEM programs for kids in Bahamas on what is happening there. And so that is taking a unique opportunity that it could have just been people getting a better view in Bahamas and, okay, big deal, to going beyond to saying, not only are we creating a tourism opportunity for people all over the world to come to here to see this, to buy tickets to see this, but then going beyond that to say, okay, SpaceX, while you're here, while you're generating revenue and visibility of our country in this way, I want you to invest in our people. STEM programs for kids in this way. And so it's really important to, when these opportunities come, go hard, lean in a really deliberate kind of way, you know? This one was pretty interesting as well, right? Essence Magazine mentioned 5 global cities to take your career to the next level. And one of the cities they mentioned, Montego Bay, Jamaica. I thought that was interesting, yeah? One of the reasons why they highlighted Montego Bay, Jamaica is because Jamaica has high internet penetration, beautiful place to work. So for the technology professional who is remote independent, Jamaica is a really amazing place to go set up and operate and work from. And so what has happened in the last few years, Airbnb in particular, has skyrocketed in Jamaica, where they're seeing last year, they generated over $100 million in revenue just on Airbnb alone. And that accounting for 30% of the amount of visitors that are going to the island. Yeah? And so there is tremendous opportunity that is coming to us within the region. And if we don't deliberately lean into it, we'll look back and say, well, remember when Anguilla was trending for .ai? What happened? Nothing. Remember when everybody is going to Jamaica because what happened? Nothing. Remember when SpaceX was launching and they come there, what happened? Nothing. Nothing will happen if we don't get up and deliberately act. Within the Caribbean, we tend to many times have a laggard kind of mentality. We don't want to be first at anything. You know, we want to see what the rest of the world has done, and then we'll kind of move on right after, and not even right after. You know, I'm being kind to say that, right? Exactly, right? But right now, yeah, man, I'm almost done. But right now, we're in a very, very, very unique time in the human lifespan, where you guys are familiar with the different revolutions, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, the digital revolution, and now we're about to step into the 4th industrial revolution that is driven by AI. No one owns this, except America and China. They're out there. All right? They're doing they're clearly leading. But after them, the captains of industry, the countries that are the leaders that have capitalized on this new revolution are still to be defined. And they're only going to be defined by visionaries. All of you in this room here who can see ahead and know that looking back, the decision to capitalize on the revolution that is currently occurring will be something that will bear fruit, not just for you, not just for your children, but for generations to come. But it will only happen if we act. So, let us go beyond inviting people to enjoy the spoils of our countries. Let us go beyond to getting them to do a bit more, to invest, to partner, so that we can see outcomes for our region that most people overlook us. You know, they think that we're too small. But I believe that our futures cannot and will not be linear extrapolations of our pasts, because people like us will act to create tremendously exponential outcomes. Thank you.
I think Kyle put the cherry on the cake with his presentation. I want to say that the subject that Kyle spoke about is one of critical importance. Again, it zeroes in that people really will be the focus of the use of technology. And I believe we have a unique opportunity within the Caribbean. When you look at the traditional sectors, we focus on tourism, agriculture, in recent times, CBI. I think tech and the creative industry really allows us to leverage one of our most powerful resources, the intellectual capacity of our people. And we can use those to create strong linkages between the very same sectors that we've traditionally focused on. Are we as a region going to become the epicenter for the creation and export of travel-related tech services? I see no reason why we can't be that and do that. Again, it requires deliberate intervention and action on the part of our governments, our education institutions, and ourselves to be able to think beyond what is possible. I think the playing field has really been leveled, and we really have enormous opportunity in front of us as a region. So at this point, I'm going to pause to allow you guys, if you do have any questions, to pose these questions to our panelists. Anybody who wants to pose a question to either Kyle, who again presented and focused on community and the value of that, Ed, who focused on augmented and virtual reality, and Stacey, who focused on the transformative impact of technology. No questions? Exactly. So I have a few questions of my own. So I'm going to pose that to you guys now. I'm going to start off. Time? Two questions. Okay, so I've been told I only have 2 questions. So digital transformation requires strategy and expertise. What are some of the key technology roles, and this is for Stacey, you see emerging within the workspaces that we as a region need to ensure we retool our citizens to be able to take up, to ensure that we can truly leverage what technology offers?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there's a lot of roles that persons tend to lean towards, the more commonly spoken of ones like, social media, content creators, persons operating in a space of even executing jobs like on Fiverr or Upwork. And I think there's a lot of room for a broader conversation around technology. First and foremost, I like the phrase transformation agents. So as a strategist, I've been in the digital transformation space for a while, starting off with training on Microsoft and how to use Microsoft tools, to now just actually looking at end-to-end solutions, big corporate solutions. And from that point in history till now, things that remain consistently needed are project managers, but project managers who specialize in technology. We often take for granted the need to actually organize tech. Transformation agents or change agents, persons who support organizations in managing the individuals who are impacted by change. The number one reason change initiatives fail is because of people, and people not being aligned with the transformation. And by having persons who are in that change management, change leadership role to support the impacted persons really helps to advance the possibility of success of transformation. And of course, definitely having strategists. I think a lot of organizations tend to do that work internally. And while change does happen inside one person at a time, it's helpful to have objective individuals that come in and actually bring a sense of the possibilities that exist, which is why we talk so much about possibility. So whether it isn't a strategist that is trained up from inside the entities, and this can even be inside of the government ministries where they have strategists who their sole focus is on digital transitioning of the ministries themselves and the communities and individuals that they serve. So I would probably choose those as primary ones, because without those roles, it makes it very difficult to, one, have the vision and intention for where you're going, two, manage the process of getting there, and then three, ensuring that the people are going along with you. Does that answer the question?
So, Stacey, thank you for that. I'll pose one more question, and this will go to Ed. What is the current adoption rate for AR, particularly within the travel space, and what do you see as some of the current barriers to that adoption? What are some of the current barriers to that adoption? Barriers.
Well, like Stacey was mentioning about this digital transition era, right? It's being able to adopt the technology, and based on the presentation that I just shared, you're looking at the hundreds of millions that are actually following this era, and they are understanding it, and that's why onboarding has never been so much easier, right? You know, I'll be honest, I was creating, this sounds very gimmicky, but I was creating a virtual world. And my daughter came to me, my 11-year-old. She's 11 years old. And she's like, Dad, what are you playing? I'm like, I'm not playing anything. Do you want to try it? Sure. And she just ate that up so fast. Like, she went on there, created her own avatar, and she was able to get right in there. It was just an application that I was working on for a client. So ultimately, those barriers, I mean, yes, it takes time, more so for some than others. But at the same time, being able to see where the trends are going and where this transformation is taking us is so key to be able to move forward. Because like I mentioned at the end of my presentation, at the end of the day, the future is here. It's not when, it's actually here. It's happening now. The stuff that you see on TV, you know, at times it can be a little bit scary, to be honest, but it's moving forward. Really quick, I got a phone call the other day from Bell Canada, and it was a 3-minute conversation, and to speak about AI, and I totally thought it was a human being, full-blown breathing, and then I started picking up the red flags. I was like, hey, are you an AI or a real human being? I am an AI. Like, oh my gosh, right? So I mean, this technology is moving forward. We need to embrace it. And those barriers, at the end of the day, in every application that we apply ourselves to, I mean, all the applications and softwares I use, they'll have AI integration. So it's just a matter of time.
All right, thank you. So this brings us to the end of our masterclass. Again, some really insightful presentations from all of our panelists. I just want to summarize today's masterclass with one phrase. Technology is powerful. However, it is how we use it that will define us. All right? People are still the center of the technology revolution. Thank you.
That's mine? Oh, sorry. Again, another round of applause for our FUTech Masterclass. And we could have been here much longer because there was so much more that they had to share. A big thank you to our moderator, who I challenged with some time limits, and to our presenters. So, ladies and gents, we're almost there. We're almost there. We have something called the convergence point, because we have to now bring it all together okay? And before we get to that final session, and then we also will have a member of the Grenada Tourism Authority just tell us a bit about what we're to expect this evening, we're already into evening, as well as to speak to us about the study tour logistics for tomorrow. So we're going to have our project spotlight at this moment before we get to our final session, the convergence point. And Ted Vogel, let me introduce him to you. He is our spotlight for today, our final spotlight for the evening. And Ted is a project analyst with the Rocky Mountain Institute. He's a 20-year veteran of the renewable energy industry with an initial start in United States government military and diplomatic operational energy efforts. He's a board member of the Caribbean Alliance for Sustainable Tourism since 2015. And Ted has recently been engaged by the Rocky Mountain Institute as a project analyst working with the project preparation and development facilities for the Catalytic Climate Capital Initiative. The focus of his efforts will be to provide viable solutions to hospitality and commercial entities in the Caribbean. So ladies and gentlemen, he's going to do a quick spotlight for you, and that should give you some insight into what he's working on. Please welcome Ted Vogel. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Oh yeah.
Vogel? Vogel?
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I don't normally address crowds with elected dignitaries, powerhouses of the tourism industry. I'm usually hanging on the periphery and talking to people on the side. So we all have a big problem, and we all have issues, and we're all interested in being green. The varying degrees of green that people have talked about here I find really interesting, because the one that I really like is this one. You know, I'm going to be brutal. I'm mercenary in the way I look at all of these things and all of these opportunities. I'm not a politician. I'm not a policymaker. I'm a project analyst, and I like to talk about cost benefit. So Rocky Mountain Institute merged with the Carbon War Room, which was started by Richard Branson. He is a noted person many of us have probably seen, met, crossed paths with, but he loves the Caribbean. So the Carbon War Room was part of his effort to help the Caribbean become greener and solve a lot of problems. The idea behind what we're trying to do is to accelerate islands' economies' adoptions into green technologies and renewables. A lot of the stuff that we're working on specifically is solar. There's been advocacy and policy work in Aruba for wind. The net metering policy in Bahamas Power and Light Company was actually co-authored by Rocky Mountain Institute, and you can see the portfolio of islands that we're working with here. We've got 76 megawatts of clean energy projects development. So that is $150, $200 million. I've talked to people at this conference that did not know what the Rocky Mountain Institute was, so that is partly on us and partly on me. But one of the things that I really need to think about is some of the other buzzwords that have happened here. Adam Stewart talked about frictionless. Adam Stewart talked about we're all one. Giselle Carr said that we are here to help people escape reality. I would suggest that I'm here to help hotels and tourism and industries on islands in the Caribbean alter their perception of reality. You can control more of your energy costs. You can do it through systems leasing, and you can do it through good advice. So to add to what we have done, hang on. So in the Bahamas, we've got solar at the school in Nassau. We've got the utility project at the National Stadium. In Bermuda, there's an EV bus fleet. Here in Grenada, we are working with the utility to do the aeronautical risk studies for the expansion of the solar plant here, environmental and social impact studies, interconnection and battery optimization study, and a boundary and topography study. So there's a lot of things that we do. The current hotel solar business model is that it's CapEx intensive, it is knowledge intensive. I was talking to the general manager here. To do an assessment, to have a commercial entity come in and do an assessment for the Radisson, you were talking about $50,000 to $100,000. They need to look at roofs, switchgear, so on and so forth. The initiative that we're working on in the Bahamas now where we've got 8 megawatts of behind-the-meter solar spec'd out for hotels specifically. We launch in Jamaica in May. I believe Dominican Republic will probably be 3rd. I want Grenada to be 4th because the hotel industry here is well noted for backing programs like this and getting engaged and involved. So where does that sort of come to us? The Project Development Fund is a philanthropic entity that actually pays me to help you understand what your problems are and what they may be. I can do a virtual high-level assessment of your property, looking at your energy bill. I can do a virtual solar layout. We then come back to you and say, does this look like a good business proposition for you to lease the system? If you say yes, I will send at my cost, well, my Uncle RMI's cost, an analyst to your property to actually do the walk, look at the roofs, look at your switchgear, actually figure out, is the roof too old to put solar on? Do you have occlusion because of trees? To actually finalize what the numbers would look like. We then build an aggregation portfolio. Ideally, we're looking at $3 million US or 6 megawatts. And then that will actually be put out to a lessor, and that business relationship would be directly between the lessor and the property. The idea behind it is you take $20 out of your pocket to pay your utility bill every month. If the solar array generates that $20 of revenue, you would pay the lessor $16. So the aim that we look for is a 20% savings over retail cost of energy. That is basically the gist of Bevan stands too close and this thing stops working. So aggregated solar procurement is a proven model. It's worked for 2 governmental tenders in the Bahamas. It's working for 1 governmental tender in Bermuda. We've done a lot of other work in the area, and we can help. I'll be at the event this evening. I'm on the island through Saturday. Please come talk to me. If you have friends, neighbors, countrymen that are going to Marketplace in May, I will be there. I am a free resource. I am a free asset. I am happy to share the love. I am happy to share the wealth. And the best part about it is I do actually have money that can help myself educate you on your best opportunities for renewables. So, and before the principal kicks me off stage,
Thank you so much, Ted. And he will be around. Please, if you have any questions or want to learn more about what he's doing in our region, feel free. He's offered himself up, whether it's today or tomorrow, to have that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your patience. We are here at the end. And you know, when you go out with a bang, that's what this session is all about, a big bang. And it's called the Convergence Point. Bridging Perspectives for Future Tourism. And this session is going to culminate, of course, is culminating the plenary sessions. And it was designed to bridge diverse perspectives, stimulate dialogue, and act as a catalyst for the action that we've been talking about over these 2 days. And so we're going to bring up to the stage our panelists for this final session while I introduce our moderator. So please make your way up. And our moderator for this final session, where we will be looking at the various perspectives for future tourism, is Tennille Clark. And Tennille is the Managing Director of Chambers Media Solutions. She's a highly acclaimed public relations specialist based in the Caribbean, and she's worked with prestigious brands and celebrities, including Spotify Caribbean, Julian Marley, Forbes 30 Under 30 recipient, and she's the Under 30 recipient of the Sela Osuwu, as well as Grammy-nominated musician and actor Hector Roots Lewis. Clark is also a respected global travel, culture, and entertainment storyteller who has been featured in publications such as Forbes, Elle, and British Vogue. Additionally, she's the founder of Industry 360, a social impact organization that aims to advocate for emerging professionals in the creative industries in the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, your esteemed panel and your moderator for our final session this evening, welcome them, please.
We need a nice, Grenada nice. Yeah, we outside and I hold a liquor vibe, a couple 473 girls, them the
All right,
side,
good
and you know
evening,
we have a good
everyone.
time. Grenada nice.
Why is the energy so low? Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but I want, you know, everybody else gets a round of applause, but have you guys given yourselves a round of applause for these last 2 days? This is the 2024 edition of the Caribbean Tourism Organization's Sustainable Tourism Conference, powered by Pure Grenada. It is the largest conference in CTU's history with over 250 attendees, so congratulations. Don't forget to tag CTU Tourism and Pure Grenada on socials when you're reliving your memories, etc. Well, we're finally here. It's the end of this phenomenal conference experience that has placed sustainable tourism at the forefront in the Caribbean. As Sharon introduced me earlier, my name is Tennille Clark. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. Kyle, you are not alone. And I am so happy to be moderating the Convergence panel this evening. We're all friends in this room by now, right? So I need everybody to do a temperature check with your neighbor, make sure that they're good. Ask them if they're going all right, everything good, in the words of Teddyson John from St. Lucia. Amazing. So let's just get the serious bits out of the way and talk about shaping the future of the sustainable Caribbean tourism industry. As Sharon mentioned earlier, this session will explore how various stakeholders are working to address emerging challenges, meet market demands, tap into new trends, and to promote responsible tourism while embracing the 5 Ps. And by now we all know the 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, purpose, and partnership. So we're talking from environmental sustainability initiatives to indigenous and local community engagement, cultural and heritage preservation. The Convergence Point panel is meant to be an amalgamation of all of those things. But for me as a writer, when condensing it, it simply means this: who we are, where we live, what we have, why we act, and how do we work together. And I don't know about you guys, but I've learned so much over the course of these last 2 days. And I want to use this as an opportunity for you guys to continue teaching me and to teach the panel that is assembling with us here today. So now that we know why we're here, I'm taking the opportunity to introduce our panel here today. So to my left, we have the Honorable Onage Walren. She is the Minister of Tourism, Industry, and Commerce from the beautiful country of Guyana. A round of applause. To her left, we have Shelley V. Worrell. She's the founder and cultural entrepreneur of Caribbean and Little Caribbean, all the way from New York. Round of applause. To Shelley's left, we have Mr. Rodney Payne. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Destination Think. He is based in Canada, but he's originally from Australia. A round of applause. To Rodney's left, we have Aria Laidlow Ferdinand. She's the Technical Officer of the Caribbean Natural Resource Institute, also known as CANARI, and she is from Beckway in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Woo! And lastly, but certainly not least, we have Charisma Chrisma. Chrisma McDonald is the Director of Sustainability at Six Senses La Sagesse in Grenada. A round of applause. So first up, I want to invite our featured speaker and the session sponsor for this esteemed panel, Shelley Worrell.
Some of you may know her as a creative entrepreneur, others as a deeply rooted cultural connector, or even a storyteller. But one thing is for certain, Shelly is a visionary. She has curated Brooklyn's Little Caribbean platform to support and celebrate hyper-local Caribbean communities and to champion the local economy. Most recently, Shelly's work actually earned her 2 Webby Awards, or Webby Award nominations rather, which to me is just a true testament to how passionate she is for culture as a language that can be understood by many different people. Shelly's work truly embodies the importance of people. And before I invite Shelly up here to speak with you, I would like to share a special video from that incredible little Caribbean community in the heart of Brooklyn.
Pepper originated, one of the best in the business. The jerk chicken, best.
Every other ethnic group sort of have their own little pocket, their own little neighborhood that they can call home. What I love about this neighborhood is steeped in that culture of the Caribbean.
People love coconut. They're like Big Mac's coconut.
Really and truly, the islands are all the same. I try to represent all the customers that I have here.
From our hardo bread to currant rolls, coconut sweetbread, beef patties, you name it, the list goes on and on. Chicken patties, bacon saltfish. You want some Caribbean food? This is the place to be.
You know, have these businesses where everyone in the neighborhood is welcome and they feel like the owner is their family.
We really had to consider when opening the space just what the neighborhood needed.
I'm very fortunate to open a cafe in the neighborhood my children grew up in.
This is literally the heart of Brooklyn, the heart of the Caribbean Brooklyn. There's a lot of foot traffic over here. There's a lot of other great small businesses over here, so.
It's the right spot to be. We're locked in here amongst good people.
Little Caribbean, I love Little Caribbean. Those are my guys. I love it.
It's a huge place, it's a fun place, but you know, there are different identities. It's active, it's music, it's vibe, it's drinking, it's eating.
Honestly, we just have to come together and unite, you know. Unity is strength.
To bring ourselves together as one, bargaining at any table, you would have to be recognized. Because you wouldn't be dealing with, say, like 1 million people, you would have been dealing with about 7 million people, which is a big difference.
That video makes my heart feel so good. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend, Shelly Worrell.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, so we're all awake. First, I'd like to thank Petra and the CTO of Pure Grenada for inviting us here. I know it's sort of like an edge case. We're actually Carapolitans from Brooklyn, but I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone that I met while having lunch today. So I was on the beach having lunch, and actually one of the business owners in Little Caribbean was walking by. So Terry in the background from Church Avenue, say hello to everyone. He's actually Grenadian, Trinidadian. So serendipitous. So I just wanted to start with our why. We are working at the intersection of Caribbean culture, community, and commerce. But since coming to this conference, I realized that I have to change it to the 3 Ps: people, prosperity, purpose, and of course, at the root of everything that we do is partnership. So in this first slide, you'll see one of our flagship events, which is One Love Little Caribbean Fest. That's at the Prospect Park Boathouse, where over 1,000 people from the Caribbean diaspora converge to celebrate their culture and heritage. So save the date for anyone who is in or near New York City. This year, that will be on June 23rd, which happens to coincide with National Caribbean American Heritage Month. I'm going to skip over a few slides just in the interest of time. As I mentioned, our work is very deeply rooted in culture and community. And of course, we support hyper-local community, hyper-local economic development, so that's where the commerce comes in. So people come to us to connect and to learn about and celebrate their Caribbean heritage because, of course, you know, in the diaspora, you know, being Caribbean is such a huge part of who we are, and even for us first generations, both my parents are from Trinidad and Tobago. They moved to New York City in the 60s and 70s respectively. So I grew up very deeply rooted in all things Caribbean. So some fun facts about the Caribbean community in New York. So in a city of 8.8 million people, 20% of the population is of Caribbean descent. So I would imagine that a lot of you, a lot of the folks who are working in tourism, and whether at boards or hotels, you're really tapping into this audience in this community. So we call the epicenter of this community, of course, Flatbush, Brooklyn. Queens has a little Guyana, which I would argue, no offense to our Guyanese colleagues, but I would argue that that's actually Little Indo-Caribbean. Of course, uptown in Manhattan, there's a huge Dominican community, and we were also involved in the development of that. And of course, there's also a pretty strong community up in the Bronx. Another interesting fact about the Caribbean community in the US is or in New York City specifically, 5 of the 10 top immigrant groups hail from the Caribbean: Trinidad, Guyana, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Guyana. Sorry. So here's a little snapshot of some of our immersive experiences. We've been doing this for over 10 years. So you'll see some of our programs that took place at Brooklyn Museum, Governor's Island, and also, of course, in Little Caribbean. So people come to us for, sorry, let me just gather my thoughts. I'm a little distracted now. We're an award-winning cultural venture who has a deep history of partnerships, business development, community engagement, and we're seen as a model for sustainable community development for government agencies, nonprofits, urban planners, multinational corporations, and cultural institutions. So some examples of that work is we're tapped by New York City Small Business Services to lead a cultural entrepreneur boot camp that sold out in under 24 hours, and that was for micro businesses that did not have a brick and mortar. So think about artisans like the ones that you see out in the rotunda. And that paved the way for us to have an all-Caribbean holiday market that's now in its 8th year. Our work has been taught and studied by Cornell. Pratt is currently teaching about 4 classes on us, primarily in urban placemaking, historic preservation, as well as some studio classes where the students are actually giving walking tours of Little Caribbean to talk about the historic architectural buildings of the neighborhood, as well as some storytelling as of when the Caribbean community started to form in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Most recently, we were tapped by National Geographic to lead the first tour in Brooklyn of Little Caribbean. And that's a pretty huge deal, and that is following a pretty large feature in Nat Geo about the very first and only Little Caribbean in the world. I want to talk a little bit about the why. So has anyone here heard about Chinatown? Do you know that there are 8 in New York? Has anyone heard about Little Italy? There are 2 in New York. So back in 2016-17, when I left my job working in tech, I was working at Google specifically. I actually wanted to spend more time with my father, who was becoming sick very quickly. So I started to ask a lot of the local elected officials, why is there no Little Caribbean in New York? And I'm talking about Jamani Williams, who is Grenadian American. He was just here for independence. People like that. And no one knew why. Right? And so I said, if we're 20%, why can't we have our own place, our own community? So that is really the purpose of my presentation today. So our work is a bit complex. A lot of people, they enter it from different verticals. So I just wanted to just give you a quick overview of sort of our four verticals. So the umbrella, the parent is I Am Caribbean, so we're a thriving, award-winning cultural venture that works at the intersection of people, prosperity, purpose, and partnership. Of course, we have the neighborhood now of Little Caribbean, which is home to not only a community of people, but thriving small businesses that you saw in the video. We have the Caribbean House, which is part of our sustainability, so I'll speak a little bit more about that in a moment. And then there's the content and commerce. So here's a bit of sort of some visuals of our work. So Brooklyn Botanic Gardens approached us about 2 years ago because they were starting a Caribbean culinary garden. So they were planting shadow benny and pimento peppers, thyme, and all of these Caribbean plants, and they wanted to engage with us and say, well, how can we actually bring this to life? So what I actually did is I said, okay, it's great that we're talking about doing programming that's related to this garden, but what if we made signage that actually linked back to the neighborhood and the small businesses, so you can actually find places where you can find doubles that has a shadow benny's sauce. If you can find someone like La Bay Market, who's Grenadian, very proud Grenadian, who sells soursop, so you can actually buy that. So it actually is driving the local economic development. And then we took that a step further because, like Tennille, I also do some writing, so I was able to, with my family, to share some of my family recipes. So if you go to this garden now, you can actually take a QR code and you'll be linked back to the Little Caribbean businesses as well as to recipes as well. In the middle, you'll see some of our engagement with Prospect Park. This is a walkout, so it's a soca fitness class that we've done many, many times over. And then, of course, we extend our presence to online. So we have a partnership with Google Arts and Culture, where we have 2 digital exhibitions. The one pictured is Life with Basquiat. So Basquiat is one of our muses. He is a Caribbean American like myself. He's half Puerto Rican, half Haitian, and he is actually the most prolific American artist of all time. So these photos are part of our private collection, gifted by his then girlfriend, and now available online as well as at our headquarters in Little Caribbean. So I wanted to talk a little bit about sustainability. This is our solar-powered shipping container. This is a mobile space, a mobile cultural space that has made appearances at Brooklyn Museum, Brooklyn Designs, the Flatbush Caton Market, Flatbush Notion Junction, Prospect Park, and we are currently in residence at Governor's Island. And last year, I'm really happy to announce that we had a partnership with Pure Grenada via one of our programming partners. So Chef Belinda came and we did a Grenadian tea party, so well received, and we look forward to more with Pure Grenada this season. So prosperity. So we, I was trying to update this presentation with all of the P's. So we see that as cultural commerce. So of course we have our own commercial initiatives. We have branded merch. Many of you have received our pins, and you may have seen John Luke is wearing our T-shirts. So we have our own sort of lifestyle brand. But we also, as I mentioned, we stimulate local economic development. So this is our passport we've distributed over thousands of copies, and it has 100 businesses, over 100 businesses within the Little Caribbean footprint where you can eat, shop, and line. And to the far right, you'll see our headquarters. This was our ribbon cutting where the Caribbean Chamber of Commerce came. This is his daughter of Dr. Roy Hastick, who's of Grenadian descent. You'll see Jamani Williams again, who's also of Grenadian descent, who's from the neighborhood. He's the second highest ranking elected official in New York City. There's a video? Do you have a short video? Yep. So this video is some of the tours that we've led in our neighborhood with influencers. This particular one was with a group called Ladies Who Meet, and this was done during the pandemic, and we were really interested in or focused on the sustainability of our neighborhood, because without the shops of Little Caribbean, then I feel like, my whole life is over. So we were really interested in sort of working with this group of influencers who had a combined reach of over 1 million to really support and amplify the neighborhood businesses. So a little bit, these are some of our flagship experiential Little Caribbean events. To the far left, you'll see our Best of Little Caribbean Awards, We'll have the second annual edition this year on June 6th. One Love Little Caribbean Fest, and of course now we have a Monday Mass on the Parkway that's powered by a very large multinational corporation. At the core of what we do is public-private partnerships. So just wanted to highlight the City of New York is now funding Little Caribbean for district marketing, placemaking, historic preservation, and business development. We also recently received funding from I Love New York to promote Little Caribbean around the world. So outside of New York, that's the state tourism board. So really excited to partner with many of you in this room. On the right, you'll see pictured one of our citywide campaigns that typically takes place in June, the Caribbean American Icons, where we showcase icons. This is Audre Lorde, who's a very prominent author, but we've done Basquiat, Shirley Chisholm, and Marcus Garvey, and many, many others we featured over the last several years. And that has a reach of tens of millions of people. And one of the things we were able to convince the City of New York is not only to have it hyper local to Little Caribbean, but because we were living, working all over the city, so now it's a citywide campaign. So really proud of that work as well. So as a wrap up, you know, everything from destination guides, like our passport curated dinners. Our next one is in partnership with the James Beard Foundation on June 1st, to culinary boxes, content production, museum exhibitions, influencer campaigns that reach tens of millions. All of our partnerships, all of our work is very bespoke, and really I think intersects with all of the 5 Ps. So again, thank you to Grenada Tourism, Pure Grenada, CTO, especially Amanda, for really seeing the opportunity for the diaspora to come and present alongside so many esteemed organizations. And of course, I'm around for the rest of the conference if anyone has any more questions, but I'm gonna end with this definition, because we're all Caribbeans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shally. And I also want to shout out TNR Communications for their technical support. They've just been so on point. Give them a little round of applause. So I know everyone in the room has a grandmother or grandfather that used to, you know, make market runs and always trying to bargain with vendors. You know what I mean? And in the context of sustainable tourism, to me, Shally is the negotiator. She gave such a solid background on I Am Caribbean and the immersive experiences that the organizations offer. I'm so excited to hear about the continued partnerships with Pure Grenada and I Love New York, and just the diaspora uprising, and affording us the opportunity to have that level of community engagement, not just with first generations, but second and third generation groups as well. And in terms of business tourism and hyper local economic development, we see that, you know, the education and the academic aspects are also being catered to, and they're doing historic preservationist work, which is really, really important. Thank you so much again, Shally. I would now like to invite to the podium Minister Onaij Walron. She's the Minister of Tourism, Industry, and Commerce from the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and she will be sharing a few words on the exciting, progressive, sustainable tourism initiatives taking place in the land of many waters. So give her a real Grenada nice welcome.
Thank you very much, distinguished moderator. It is my first time in Grenada, so I thank you very much for the warm welcome. Minister of Tourism of Grenada, CEO of Donna, thank you very much for inviting me, having me here. So I am the lethal combination of an attorney as well as a politician. So to save you, I have decided to stick to my script, which was just exactly 7 minutes long, as I was advised that that was the length of my presentation. So I wouldn't ad-lib because, yes, the time is upon us. But I just need to greet you, distinguished representatives of our sister Caribbean countries, tourism experts, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for this unique opportunity to lend Guyana's voice from a policy-making perspective to this conference under the theme, of course, 5 Ps for Legacy of Caribbean Tourism to Sustainability: People, Planet, Prosperity, Purpose, and Partnership. This theme resonates profoundly with Guyana's commitment to sustainable tourism development. Tourism is without doubt a pivotal force for economic advancement, cultural preservation, whilst achieving equilibrium in ecological conservation for the benefit of many. Guyana is acutely aware of tourism's transformative potential, and we have committed as a government to leveraging this sector to drive positive change, adhering to the principles outlined in our Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030. The LCDS, as it's in short, aims to create a new low-carbon economy in Guyana by establishing incentives which value the world's ecosystem services and promoting these as an essential component of a new model of global development with sustainability at its core. While it was critical for us to establish this national framework for sustainable development that was responsive to our peculiar situation, implementing our LCDS 2030 will advance progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Adopting a strategic and forward-thinking approach has allowed our country to continually achieve its tourism developmental milestones at every level. In my presentation today, I will briefly address emerging challenges within the sector and how we manage these challenges, how we meet market demands, tapping into new trends, and promoting responsible tourism while strategically embracing the 5 Ps. One of Guyana's major allures is its primary unique value proposition. It's its indigenous, community-led, and community-owned tourism enterprises. By empowering our indigenous peoples to take the reins of their own tourism ventures, we ensure economic prosperity and the preservation of their culture. However, the success and sustainability of this initiative does not come without the challenges. To overcome issues such as high out-migration within the communities, as well as financial constraints, we have taken several approaches which prioritize our people and partnerships, including 1, utilizing a community-led and owned tourism framework. And this toolkit has been guided by success stories of established communities. Just last week, we won an award, silver award from the Caribbean and Latin American Tourism Association for sustainability in indigenous communities. This toolkit focuses on applicable steps to guide communities in creating alternative livelihood opportunities for young people and women in indigenous communities. 2, we have continuous collaboration and partnership with key stakeholders, including the tourism private sector, getting access to marketing channels and other government agencies to co-facilitate and provide technical assistance, training, and financial support where required. Guyana has since scaled up this model, with now 20 indigenous communities are now supported by the Ministry of Tourism, Industry, and Commerce in building these community enterprises all across the country. This empowers the indigenous peoples and creates differentiated products that allow significant economic growth of these communities and simultaneously strengthening the great stewards of the rainforest and lands. Our community-led tourism initiatives are beginning to gain global recognition in the industry. Just last week, Guyana received the Silver Award at the World Travel Market Latin America Responsible Tourism Awards and best initiatives in indigenous and traditional communities. Our leading indigenous community-led tourism products have also been individually recognized on the regional and international stage in the recent past. Meeting dark market demands. As the attractiveness of destination Guyana grows, we continue to invest in infrastructure, hospitality, and promoting our unique offerings to the world, Building out the necessary infrastructure and service centers is paramount to hosting travelers affordably and seamlessly. Our strategic partnerships and initiatives aim to attract discerning travelers seeking authentic, off-the-beaten-path experiences. More specifically, over the last 4 years, there's been a conscious effort to create a diversified and resilient product portfolio. This is made possible through extensive partnerships with our communities, the private sector, and technical assistance support. In an effort to build this capacity, Guyana has turned SOD for its Hospitality and Tourism Training Institute this year, so travelers can look forward to servants' excellence in hospitality and customer service, as we are investing heavily in training and capacity building within our tourism and hospitality sectors. Importantly, regional synergies are being explored to quantum leap this process. To address the growing demand for accommodation options, over 2,000 new rooms will be added on the international brands to the country's accommodation listings. Additionally, significant interest has been shown from investors in eco-luxury properties in the new tourism circuits. I would also note that new airline connectivity options are now available to bring more travelers to experience our country. This is another example of successful partnerships within our sector. Sustainability is a core value and way of life for many Guyanese. In the tourism sector, embracing sustainable, responsible tourism, which meaningfully contributes to promoting the conservation values of protected areas and species, supporting biodiversity preservation, and improving the well-being of local people is paramount to its success. Achieving global accreditation is noteworthy, as it duly recognizes commitment, and within the last 2 years, 5 of our eco-lodges were certified under the Global Sustainable Tourism Council criteria by the Green Destination Good Travel Seal program, due to their commitment to sustainable tourism practices. In addition to this, our work in promoting sustainable, responsible tourism has also been recognized internationally. Guyana has been recognized for its global leadership in fostering sustainable tourism, and it's reinforced with recent awards and accolades. As I conclude, I would note that this conceptual framework of people, planet, prosperity, purpose, and partnership is indispensable to the achievement of sustainable Caribbean tourism. Our challenge now is to work in concert and to put it into action. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to the dialogue.
Thank you so much, Minister. You know, my grandfather would always sit and listen on the radio, you know, to parliamentarians and the policymakers about how our economies are being advanced. And I really see Honorable Warren as one of those persons that is a policymaker speaking about Guyana's efforts to raise the profile of its tourism sector in the wake of its new petropower while empowering indigenous peoples. I'm so happy that the government of Guyana is one of the few governments in the region that actually has a ministry specifically designed to address the needs of indigenous peoples, which I think is so, so important, and really anchoring, really anchoring Guyana as a tourism force. So thank you so very much again. I want to share a secret with you all. So I may or may not have a prize to give away to the most active person in the audience. It's actually, I'll tell you more about it a little later, but I really need you all to make sure that you all are paying attention, because the person that is the most engaged, I will definitely be picking them out, and we're going to see who is most engaged. So up next, we have Rodney Payne, the CEO of Destination Think. Rodney and his team have collaborated with the most innovative and progressive leaders on the planet to ensure that travel is at the forefront of the transition towards a more equitable and sustainable future. Rodney, the floor is yours.
Thanks, everybody, for having me here. I'm very conscious that I'm the last presenter standing in between us and dinner, so I'm going to jump straight into things. I was hoping to be able to spend some time talking about the West Indies cricket team's trip down to Australia earlier this year, but it's probably not a good idea. I don't think I need to dwell too much on the direction that we're heading as a world. I think we keep seeing over and over again emissions keep climbing. That's not news to anybody. There's a lot of hard work going on in sustainability, but the pollution keeps rising. And we've recently been told we've got 2 years left. I flew down from Vancouver, and that one flight of mine had a massive impact. If you compare all of the things that I could do in my life in a year to that one flight cancels everything else out. And that's a very, very hard thing to reconcile when you've spent your life working, promoting travel. Don't worry, my presentation gets better. It's the same from a destination perspective as well, though. All of the light bulbs that we change, all of the towels we reuse, it doesn't cancel out the Scope 3 emissions of moving people around the world. It's incredibly energy intensive, and the way we do it at the moment is still very polluting. If you think about this fact as well, the problem starts to compound. Only the wealthiest people get on airplanes. Some of the destinations in the global north are starting to shift away from international marketing, like Norway and the Netherlands. But that doesn't work for everybody, because even if tourism were to completely decarbonise, we're only about 8% of global emissions. What we do doesn't matter unless the whole world comes. So, if it's not enough for us to look inward, what can we do as an industry? If we start looking outward and start thinking about our influence, that's where it starts to get really interesting. Because travel is the only industry that can actually let people experience a different way of living. We can put a spotlight on the people and businesses and places that are creating the world that we all want to see. Like America's first carbon positive hotel, or homes that can pull carbon from the sky. The world's first electric farm in New Zealand that saves $100,000 a year in costs. People who are producing food locally and enhancing the visitor experience along the way. Waterfront regeneration projects led by tourism. Coral restoration that's happening all over the region and all over the world, that's also got a really strong connection to tourism. If my clicker will keep up. There's innovation happening in transportation. This is an Indigenous-led tourism organisation. If you've been to New Zealand or seen the tourism product, this is a very famous, iconic boat that's been electrified. You can also see electric ferries and electric cruise ships starting to come into the market too, and electric buses that don't need drivers. And you can even see rethinking, democratising transportation around cities using ropeways that are more affordable than building roads. So all of these things are already happening all over the world. And in Hawaii, I don't know if anybody has seen the Sea Gliders program. It's a new company that has a hydrofoil electric plane that hovers just above the water, and they're connecting the islands up. So there's all kinds of opportunities being created as well, and this is an example I wanted to make sure that this region sees. So no single destination has all the answers, but together we can start to piece together a mosaic. Solutions aren't widely known, but we can start to change that, like we are in this room the last few days. Tourism makes up $10 trillion of annual GDP. We need $5 trillion a year to lead the green transition by 2030. So those numbers aren't that far apart. In Barcelona, the government just committed $100 million directly of the tourism tax to buying solar panels for schools. So if we need to mitigate how hard it is to move people around the world, we have a really, really big opportunity to do that by spreading positive success stories and changing the other 92% along the way. So Amanda and I at the CTO and I have been talking about something we're going to put together for World Tourism Day, and we'll be in touch on that after the event to collaborate with 100 destinations around the world to start elevating some of these stories. So I'm going to leave you with a little video, but please come and talk to me tonight if you're interested in anything that I've talked about.
Travel lights a spark in all of us. It opens our hearts and minds to new ideas, cultures, and environments. For those who dive headfirst, it creates an unspoken bond that transcends borders and reveals our shared humanity. And it's only one plane ride away if you're brave enough to book the ticket. But where has it really taken us? Travel is a massive industry. It's the #1 employer in the world, and as it grows, it comes at a huge cost. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We know the system isn't working. So, where do we go from here? I've met leaders from all over the world, smashing through barriers and using tourism's might to create the future that they want to see for people, climate, and biodiversity. Each place has real solutions to our toughest problems. Not far off in the future, they exist today.
We are part of the problem and not the solution so far.
This is a transition of an entire ecosystem and how it would like to relate to society.
It's time for the travel industry to be the bold leadership our world needs by rapidly spreading ideas and solutions. There's a chance for travel to usher in a truly sustainable future. This is the only industry that can show people that a better way of living is not only possible, but it's already happening.
Never look at tourism as a goal in and of itself. Look at the society's interest.
Start building alliances.
Whether you're a large city or a small town like we are, we all have to do it.
We need to protect quality of life and preserve the very reason people enjoy coming here.
I think our children own the destination, not we.
This is our moment to lead.
Let's give Rodney a round of applause. My mom's brother, I felt like he always knew somebody that knew somebody about the way to get things done. And I feel like Rodney, his touch points were so valuable, and I see him as a connector, you know, seeing tourism on a warming planet, such powerful and inspiring roles and responsibilities with global productivity travel as a tool for change, but as well with regards to technology and behavioral change, things like cherry farms without fossil fuels in New Zealand, and, you know, better knowledge sharing. I think that's really, really important to understand. Okay, so we're going to move into the question and answer segment. We have Emil and Sekou floating around the audience for anyone that may have questions. And in the meantime, my first question is actually going to go to Aria Laidlow Ferdinand, who is such a brilliant mind that works with Canary. She's responsible for implementing the Blue Tourism Initiative along with her team that affects coastal adaptations in SVG. And she's so well versed in climate and disaster risk financing. So Aria, small island developing states are disproportionately affected by the onset of climate change. But we are not the major contributors to this environmental issue. We've all heard Prime Minister Mia Mottley's impassioned plea a few years ago at COP26. What is the measuring stick for accountability in the sustainable tourism space for stakeholders and repeat offenders in the global north?
Thank you, Tanil, for that question, and good evening, good night, everybody. As they say, we save the best for last. Before I answer, Tanil mentioned that you would hear about old people who go to market runs to buy things every Saturday. I just want to tell you, you could find me with my repurposed crocus bag every Saturday at the Kingston Vegetable Market. But as it pertains to measuring stakes and holding stakeholders accountable, I think one of the first things that we have to do is define the metrics of what really is sustainable tourism. I mean, at this conference, we've seen, I think, in many different ways, and the chorus is loud, that we are reimagining tourism or what sustainable tourism means in the form of focusing more so on communities and ensuring that they benefit the most from the tourism industry. And I was scrolling through Facebook on Monday night, and I heard the Secretary General of CTO vehemently saying that we are reimagining the tourism industry. I can't remember the question that was posed to her, but I said that is it right there. On the global scale, we recognize that the effects of climate change, and we understand that we live in a multi-hazard risk environment. And we also, I think, in her statement, we do take into account that there may have been some malpractices in the past. I mean, I think sometimes we need to give ourselves some grace as small island developing states. But the fact is that we are on the path to try to reimagine and reshape the tourism industry, but really focusing on the community in CBT. And we've heard that with many organizations stating the different initiatives on the ground, funding initiatives and so forth. So I think one of the things we have to first do is to identify those metrics and first collect the data, and then we can talk about holding individuals accountable.
And I know you and I were having that conversation about that recent study that was done. So if you can give us an 8-second synopsis of that study, because I think it's really important for everyone to be aware of it.
Right. So the CTO conducted a study, I think in 2019, that looked at the willingness of U.S. visitors to pay more for community experiences, authentic experiences, just like last night when I was reminded that my 30-something niece can't limbo anymore. That is not my forte. But that is what people are looking for. And in addition to that, I think COVID-19 has refocused individuals' perspective on health and wellness. And what they found is that individuals are willing to pay up to $300 more for additional community-centered activities. And 79% of the respondents indicated that they're willing to take part, but they just need to be a bit more aware of what CBT is. So the data is there, and I think CTO mentioned about further developing this study and doing it once more with other source markets. So the data is there, so I think it is for us to jump on that and really take advantage and start to shape our product around that.
And I'm really going to take this opportunity to bring the conversation back to the Grenadian shorelines, because I want to bring Charisma McDonald into the mix here as the Director of Sustainability at Six Senses Resort. I mean, Charisma, your team hosted us for the media breakfast, and we had that Earth Lab opportunity, and you just ooze this passion as an educator. That's what you come across to me as. And I really love the work that you guys do to marry design, architecture, and tradition. And I know that the vision is slightly different over at Six Senses, so I wanted you to tell me more about the bold initiative to revive the precious coastal ecology in St. David's and turning the tide on decades of degradation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tanil.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, and I want to, before you go ahead, we really need to give Charisma a round of applause because she is the first and only person to hold the dedicated position of a Director of Sustainability in a resort or hotel in Grenada.
Thank you. Thanks again, everyone. So for us at Six Senses, first of all, our vision speaks to helping others reconnect with themselves, each other, and the world around them. And the way that we approach this is through our pillars of sustainability and wellness. To speak to your question, we embody this through a lot of what we've been speaking of throughout the discussion here today, not just on this panel. We've been talking about partnership, and partnerships for Six Senses is really, really important. Being locally sensitive and globally sensible. Understanding that we're within a community, but there is a globe and a whole big world that we're impacting by when we eat, the way we eat, the way we utilize our waste. And we particularly pay attention to even our hosts. And as you were talking about even the exercise that we did, we focus on policy. Policy is very important to us, but we also understand that in order for policies to work, we need to be educated on why the policies were made and how implementing those policies are important to not just us as people, as guests, as hosts, but also to our environment and everything around us that depend on us in the long run. So we work through our workshops with our guests and our hosts. And when I say hosts, I mean our staff. We ensure that they understand their responsibility to the environment. And one of our values is being caring and responsible. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to throw this, yes, a round of applause. I'm throwing one question to two persons, Rodney and Shelley. Looking at the examples such as Barcelona allocating $100 million to build solar panels, and we had a wonderful presentation earlier on that same topic, as well as the Netherlands finally saying enough is enough, over-tourism is happening, we need to slow down. There's proof that collaborations in getting consensus from the people on the ground, it actually works, and you can actually have impact. Can you tell us more, how can we band together as a community in and outside of the region to help each other understand what exactly is at stake with the issues that we face across the 5 Ps? Rodney, I'd like you to address this as well, but before we get to you, I'd like Shelley to address it first.
Yeah, so, you know, one of the things that I was thinking about as we were talking about the planet, I mean, Brooklyn and New York City is also on the planet, so we're also witnessing the impact of global warming. So we just had an earthquake, you know, we had Hurricane Sandy. We also, you know, every time it rains, a lot of people, their basements are flooding. A few years ago, a few people actually, or many people actually died because of global warming. So, you know, it's definitely front and center in New York City. And then that's juxtaposed against sort of like the budget cuts and compost, you know, citywide compost being implemented and then being cut because of, a budget crisis. So, what we have done in the community to sort of address and mitigate this is sort of engage with the people. We're working with local soccer teams, we're working with our small businesses, and of course the community to actually take this responsibility into our own hands so that we can actually save the Brooklyn part of the planet, the diaspora part of the planet. I got here on Saturday night into the morning, and we were hosting an Earth Day event because we really were trying to engage the community about in Brooklyn and New York City around how important sort of the earth, even in Brooklyn, New York, which we very, very much sometimes neglect or forget that we're actually also feeling the impact of global warming. And I would say the last thing is, of course, with our mobile shipping container Caribbean House experience, that's all solar powered. And similar to what I saw, the thought leadership of Petra and Pure Grenada is we have now implemented a zero plastic, all compost recycling as part of the work that we do at Caribbean and Little Caribbean. And so I applaud Pure Grenada, CTO, for sort of like leading by example and taking that initiative and sort of, sharing that with this entire community of stakeholders and thought leaders.
Ronnie?
I think that ultimately we need to create a shift in values that's very widespread. And I think that by showing what's working, whether it's locally or elevating that globally, is the way that we get people comfortable with change.
And Minister Warren, I wanted to speak to you about youth development and national development. I believe that you can't have one without the other. And why wait until youth become adults to vote and to travel before we really kind of shape the way that they act? How do we make them a part of the decision making and create a culture of stakeholdership and an environment of change that includes technical and vocational interlinkages? And this is one of those questions that I would like, each person on the panel to kind of contribute significantly on before we wrap.
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome.
I absolutely agree with you that youth involvement and the active involvement in policymaking is critical. I can just say to you what some of the things that my government has been doing. For instance, we have started under our president, the President Advisory Council, all with under 35-year-olds, about 70 of them. They come together to help shape and form policy. You would recognize from the cabinet as well, it's very young cabinet members as well, to bring that voice. We also have, as in view of our the food security issue that is first and foremost in the CARICOM's agenda in terms of securing our food and sustainability of all our sectors, including the tourism sector. We have started the entrepreneurship, agriculture, innovative and entrepreneurship program, which is bringing all of the young people that are graduating out of the Guyana School of Agriculture, get them involved in technology to promote high yield crops, non-traditional crops, such as high value crops of broccoli and cauliflower. Right now there is a very successful program where all of the broccoli and cauliflower in our country that the hotels use are being produced through these programs by innovative technology from shade houses and the photovoltaic system. So using the technology, and this is all driven and by young people. We form them into companies, and they are driving this as well. So in every sector, we are looking to bring young and the youth involvement. It is extremely critical where that is concerned, especially as it relates to policy making and driving the future of our country.
And one of the other great initiatives that I've seen launched recently in Guyana is the Wisdom CRM initiative, teaching youth about fiscal responsibility as well, and that is a region-wide activation that actually started in Guyana and is going to be progressing to Trinidad and Tobago actually in the next week or so. Shally, would you like to give some feedback on youth development as national development? And this is the final question for everyone before we wrap this evening.
Sure. I mean, so we do it in two ways. One is through employment. So all of our interns are sort of like junior members of our team are all Gen Z. So notably, we have Kremaya. She's actually Grenadian, Trinidadian. She's been with us for over a year and a half. And so especially in the summertime when we are in peak programming, all of the exciting sort of community engagement activities, it's usually powered by the youth. And a new initiative that we're rolling out later this year in the fall is we're actually having a youth business plan competition. So that was funded by one of our local elected officials. She's very, very vested. Monique Waterman, she's Jamaican and Bayesian. And so she's the assembly member who succeeded, who's now who we call Uncle Nick Perry. He's the ambassador to Jamaica, so she's allocated funds for us to roll out a youth business plan competition. So we'll be doing that in the fall, and everyone who will be mentoring those youth are, either from youth to, as we, 100 years old. In different aspects. So it's through employment and actually through incubation of small businesses. That's how we're engaging with that community.
Definitely.
The rapid transition that we need towards sustainability will turn on generational lines. And I think the quicker we can bring youth into rooms like this, the better.
Just to reiterate, I think what would be really lovely at the next STC conference is to have a panel just dedicated to young people with a youth moderator, a full slate of young people across the value chain within the tourism sector. I think that would be transformational. But in terms of Canary's role, one of the things that we're going to do through the Blue Tourism Initiative is to support MSMEs with their particular initiatives and not just providing financing but capacity. I think one of the things that we touched on is the ease of doing business for investors. What about the ease for young people to do business? I mean, accessing finance is really difficult, even at the credit unions. I think this is something that we can really tap into. And just to say, from the local perspective, I know St. Vincent has great programs such as the Prime Grants, which is a really great seed initiative, financing with no strings attached. I think these are some of the great ways in which we can, incorporate youth development. And just one last little thing. This morning we mentioned about education, yes. And tourism can be taught, especially as a former educator myself, both at the primary and tertiary level. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel and introduce a new subject on tourism, but it can be incorporated into every subject of the curriculum, every subject, and across the value chain. I know for the CPEA at grade 6, students would have to create projects, and I remember in Beckway, one of the projects they did was to add value to the CMOS, create different products, body scrubs, drinks, desserts, different things that you could actually use to sell on the restaurants. So I think we don't have to totally reinvent the wheel, but maybe what we can do is to teach educators how to integrate these aspects of tourism within their lesson plans.
And before we move on to Charisma, I agree completely with you regarding the fact that I think we do need to have a panel, but I'm also really grateful for the foresight of CTU and the GTA for hosting that youth empowerment forum that actually ran parallel to this conference upstairs this morning that engaged 50 youth from across Grenada. Their art was fantastic. They were dressed by Michael Russek, they were dressed by Tiffany Gay, and they were dressed by Ed Limon. And I really think that it's an important initiative to ensure that we take an integrationist approach towards youth development and sustainable tourism development. So the final word would be left with Charisma.
Thank you. And being someone who was highly impacted positively through my own engagement or engagement by adults and other organizations while I was a youth, I do see the importance of engaging youth because if I didn't have that engagement as a young child, I don't think I would be this passionate about conservation, about my environment, about my people. So for us at Six Senses, what this looks like is we have a sustainability fund where 0.5% of our revenue goes into that fund. So first of all, we're not hoping that donations come. There's an active, donation to that fund through the revenue that we make. And in Grenada, we've just signed an agreement letter with Hands Across the Sea to really look at our literacy in 6 preschools in our community of St. David's. So that's one of the ways that we will be engaging our youth. And with this program, we're also intentionally going to engage them by bringing them to our Earth Lab, showing them what we can do with paper, make recycled paper. That's always fun for children and for adults. Showing them that we can use our used cooking oil to make candles, showing them that we can use all those the glass that is broken or we can't return, the glass bottles that can't be returned, showing them that we can crush it and make ornaments and go home with these as presents, that we remember our impact on our environment and ensure that it is a positive one.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a beautiful sentiment being shared. Preserving paradise, nurturing nature, breaking barriers, building bridges, harnessing equity, indigenous excellence, interministerial linkages, prosperous pathways, uniting purpose and passion, synergizing sustainability, exploring risk, future tourism, bridging perspectives, and the cycle continues because we bridge the perspectives in order to preserve paradise. I just want to close by saying this. I am a product of sustainable tourism. To this very day, my mother works in the hotel industry in Canada as a room cleaner. My father, he was a proprietor that benefited tremendously from the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival product, as I see and I know that many persons across Grenada and across the islands of the Caribbean and countries of the Caribbean are able to benefit from the indigenous excellence and the wealth of culture that we experience. But we want to be able to see those benefits for a much longer time. And our job and our responsibility needs to be to leave this space better than when we first met it. So with that being said, I want to thank you so much for staying the course over the last 2 days. We deeply, deeply appreciate your patronage, your understanding, your contributions, and on behalf of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and the Grenada Tourism Authority, Pure Grenada, I wish you a very good evening, and we're going to see you later. Yes? I will now leave. Nikoyan will be presenting final words.
Thank you, Tennille, and thank you all for being a part of this epic and momentous effort. And we have a fantastic, a phenomenal Grenadian dinner experience planned for you in the outdoors. It's a very natural experience. You will be wowed. And so we encourage you, because of the time, to go straight to the buses that are waiting to take you to the Annadale Waterfalls tonight. For the study tours tomorrow, we can confirm that everyone who signed up for a study tour today, you are confirmed on that tour. If you signed up online, then you know your confirmation was automatic at that time. All of the tours will depart from the Radisson Hotel at 8 in the morning. If you are not at the Radisson and you're at the True Blue Bay Resort, the Calabash, or Silver Sands, Royalty Taxi and Tours, Mr. Sheldon Noel and his team will pick you up there at 7:20 a.m., and then they will go to the Radisson to take those delegates from the Radisson at 8. If you are at Blue Horizon, Siesta, Mount Cinnamon, La Luna, or the Spice Island Beach Resort, you will be transferred to the Radisson by Real Grenadian Taxi and Tour Services. Mr. Parker, he will pick up at 7:20 a.m. and then go to the Radisson at 8. We are on a very tight schedule tomorrow as we must get to the Royal Caribbean Cruise Line Explorer of the Seas. If you are on the study tours on the ship, you must be at the Melville Street Cruise Terminal at 11:30 a.m. If you are going to the luncheon, you need to be at the Melville Street Terminal at 12:30. The taxis will wait for 5 minutes at each hotel and then move to the next pickup hotel. Delegates who are registered and signed up for the Underwater Sculpture Park and stay at the True Blue Bay Resort, you must remain there as the Aquanauts Dive Shop is stationed at that hotel. If you are registered for the Underwater Sculpture Park and you are not staying at the Radisson, please use the transportation provided at 7:20 a.m. for your hotel to the Radisson, and then there will be a bus for the Underwater Sculpture Park leaving the Radisson. All the buses for the different tours will be labeled, so please be cognizant of that. The Underwater Sculpture Park is scheduled to be finished at 11. If you're not staying at the True Blue Bay, you will be picked up by Royalty Tours and dropped off at your respective hotel to change. Coaster Bus will drop the other delegates back to the Radisson. Only delegates who are doing the Underwater Sculpture Park will be given the opportunity to go back to the hotel and change. Your change time will be 15 minutes. Lunch on board Explorer of the Sea. Immediately after the destination tours, you will go to the Melville Street Cruise Terminal to board the ship for lunch. Remember to walk with 2 things: the photo ID that you use to sign up and your relevant ID document, the barcode. So when you filled up the form, you use the ID, you'll bring that, and you will also check tonight or in the morning to ensure that you filled up the health certificate, you have a barcode. If you don't have the ID and the barcode, you will not be allowed to board the ship. Lunch will finish at 3 o'clock. We must debark the ship by 3:30. You will be transported to the Radisson and then onwards to your respective hotels. If you want to walk with a change of clothing, please feel free. We are creative, we're innovative. We can together make it work. Thank you, and I'll see you at the Annadale Waterfall. So there's a shuttle rotation of the buses as we have been doing. So the first buses will depart shortly. If you're not on the first bus, we will do rotations so that everyone can be accommodated and enjoy the remarkable experience. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. See you at the Annadale Waterfalls.